Oh, flashbang. Oh, the white light is always so fucking blinding.
ケイチ。
放っておいてやれ。友達が行方不明になったんだ。気の毒にな。
Normally, my dad never shows me any consideration, but this time he did.
うちの圭一もしばらくの間学校を控えた方がいいんじゃないのか？警察が何とかするまで外出を控えた方が安全だと思うぞ。
そうね。もしもってことに比べたら、学校を何日かお休みにするくらい。
それよりも、こんな物騒な事態になったら、学校なんか休校にするのが筋じゃないのか？まったく、学校の先生方は人の子を何だと思ってるんだ。
Remember, they actually covered this specific reason as to why it's not closed, and that's because it kind of works like as a nursery or something. It works like as a little safe haven for the children while some of their parents are at work and they can't stay home alone. Or for the children that don't have parents, it was one of those. So that's kind of why the school isn't closed. Because I was asking myself that question and then it got answered by Keiichi. Anyway, Mom and Dad were getting pretty riled up, but at this point, I couldn't care less. Besides, that wasn't the only thing I couldn't care less about. The breakfast table, the food in front of me, the time and date, myself, I really had no interest in anything. This feeling, it was like a dead fog in my mind. It felt like getting dizzy after taking strong medication.
圭一、学校の勉強はどうなんだ？圭一の方が進んでるくらいじゃないのか？もしそうなら、しばらくお休みしてもいいんだぞ。
I didn't even feel like answering. Today was Thursday. Only 4 days had passed since the Watanagashi festival. Such a short time, and yet, now things were completely different. Everything had changed. The tranquil village, bright and clear as if it were an Indian summer, had undergone a total reversal. People were made to disappear every night, and we couldn't even relax when walking out in broad daylight. The village had become a world of fear. I had no right to curse this outcome. After all, the one responsible for everything was me. Right, it's a lot of foreshadowing. If you didn't know, like, Higurashi actually takes place in India, not Japan. That night, I couldn't resist my honestly tiny little and incredibly stupid curiosity, and broke the taboo.
ここは入ってはいけないところなんだろ？鍵がかかっているのを勝手に開けて押し入るなんて、たとえ物を盗まなくったって犯罪なんだぞ。シオンだって、これが合いびき現場じゃないと分かったなら十分だろう。俺はこんなのには全然興味はないんだ。こんなところにいる間にリカちゃんの演舞が終わっちゃったらどうするんだよ。
I prattled on as I took the lock from Tomidaka-san's hands and put it back on the door. I'll forget everything I saw here, so come on. Let's go. Takano-san was fretting, but I pushed her away. Tomidaka-san grinned painfully. Shion's shoulders drooped as if to call me an idiot. Even so, I didn't care. I pushed everyone further and further away. Rika's dance was still going on. Then, at last, her dance was brought to a close with a roaring applause. I too, until my hands turned red, I clapped and I clapped.
レナちゃんじゃない？いつもの時間だから迎えに来たんじゃない？
I looked up at the clock. It was 5 minutes past my time to meet with Rena.
圭一、しばらく学校を休んだ方がいいんじゃないのか？
そうだね。気を使ってくれてありがとう。
I rose from my seat. I went to the entrance to greet Rena.
おはよう。今日から集団登校だから 遅れちゃダメだよ。
Ah, that's right. If we, the ones furthest away, were to be late, the younger kids on the way there wouldn't be waiting for us, or would be waiting for
俺
us.
さ、今日からしばらく休むことにするよ。学校。
Rena answered shortly, nodding.
圭一くんが自分の体に一番優しい過ごし方を選ぶべきだと思う。だから別に引け目を感じることなんかないと思うな。あ、それからこれ回覧板、お母様に渡しておいてくれるかな。いろいろ大事なお知らせがあるみたいだから。
I took the notice. There were a lot more pages than normal. The one on top announced the disappearance of the mayor, Rika and Satoko, and that they wanted any information about them. It made my heart ache.
警察も必死に探してくれてる。きっと見つかるから待ってよ。ね。
Rena said, smiling in an attempt to give me courage. Rather than that, though, her smile looked like it was because she herself wanted to believe they were safe.
レナは俺を問い詰めないんだな。
うん。
レナは知ってるんだろ。俺があの晩。
西宮殿に忍び込んだことかな。
I was speechless for a moment, but then I bit my lip, made up my mind, and nodded a little.
筒抜けなんだな。まったく悪いことはするもんじゃないよ。
みーちゃんはすごく怒ってたよ。
So she was upset. I suppose she would have been.
でもね、きっとみーちゃんが怒ってたのは忍び込んだことよりも、
She was angry that you fucking lied, Keiji.
それを隠していたことだと思うの。
Yeah. Oh no.
圭一くんは自分から言い出して謝らなくちゃいけなかったんじゃないかな。
I should have told her myself and apologized. That troubled me. Just 1 week ago, I did something that I myself should have apologized to Mion for. I had hurt her badly. However, I hadn't realized that at all. Plus, with all the confusion that Shion's appearance had brought, I still hadn't been able to talk to Mion about it.
レナの言う通りだな。俺はいつもレナに教えられるまで何も気づかなくて。
圭一くん、もしもだよ。もしも圭一くんが悪いことをしたことをすぐに認めてみーちゃんに謝っていたら、リカちゃんとさとこちゃんはいなくならずに済んだのかな。
That's such a shitty thing to be told. Holy fuck. Like, if you hadn't lied about this, Rika and Satoko would have not gotten killed. What the fuck, dude? I couldn't answer right away. I couldn't admit to that. Wasn't Rena telling me right now, though, that I should have admitted to my crime sooner? If I had done that and apologized, would things have not gone in such a horrible direction? Rena's eyes were filled with kindness, but they weren't naive enough to forgive me for keeping silent. And they stared fixedly into my own.
ああ、そうだ。
If I had admitted to my crime sooner, then Rika and Satoko wouldn't have had to die or disappear. The palm of Rena's hand slapped me on the cheek. I stood there unmoving, my head still tilted in the direction I'd been hit. It didn't hurt at all.
誰も圭一くんのことを叱らなかったと思う。だから私が代わりに圭一くんを叱るね。
I pressed a hand to my cheek, now warm with embarrassment, and quietly stared down at Rena's. Oh no.
入ってはいけないところに勝手に入るのはとても悪いこと。それはわかる？
あ
返事ははいだよ。ケイチ君。
あ、はい。
そして、もっと悪いのは、自分が悪いことをしたのを認めないこと。悪いことをするのは、とてもいけないことだけど、それを認めて謝らないことは、もっともっと悪いことなんだよ。
はい。僕が、悪かったです。
For a few moments, Rena stared at me silently and intently, as if gauging my remorse. Then finally, the tension in her face softened and she smiled.
じゃあ、もう時間だから。
I wonder if something awakened within Keiichi after this,
私は行くよ。
besides guilt.
あ
回覧板、お母様に渡しておいてね。あと、回覧板は暗くなったら持っていかないようにって注意付きだから。
I bent down to pick up the notice, which I dropped when she slapped me. The pages had come out of the clasp and were now making a mess on the floor. I gathered them up one by one. My hand stopped at a single, more light-hearted page, with peaceful sentences dancing on it. We still have plenty of homemade soy sauce in stock. Feel free to come to the Sonozaki house if you want some.
なんだ、これ。
I picked up the page and scanned the rest of it. They were stockpiling high-quality soy sauce they got from faraway relatives in the Akita prefecture. They had gotten a big shipment recently. They couldn't use it all, so they wanted anyone who wanted some of it to feel free to come over, is what it said. As a PS, it said it arrived in barrels and to please bring a 2-liter bottle or other container for it. That's how it tied together.
醤油をもらいに行くなら、園崎家か。レナ、お前、ひょっとして、知ってたんじゃ。
うん。知ってた。
Rena had already been suspicious of Mion as soon as she noticed that the big bottle of soy sauce was missing. Rika had taken the bottle and gone to Mion's house and... there, she was erased. Rika wasn't coming back, so Satoko called Mion's house since she knew where she had gone, and then Satoko got called there as well. That meeting on the day the mayor disappeared, didn't Oishi-san say that the 3 families participated in it? The 3 families would include the Sonosaki family. Didn't he also say that the current leader was really old, so her heir Mion frequently stood in for her at public appearances? While the mayor was returning from the shrine, Mion called out and stopped him. She talked to him and invited him to their house, and then she made him disappear. It was probably even simpler to make Shion disappear. Shion was part of the Sonosaki family. They probably knew exactly what she was doing at all times. I'm sure they even knew her part-time job schedule too. Thinking back, wasn't that Angel Mort store managed by the Sonosaki family? Setting up an ambush for her there wouldn't have been any trouble at all.
俺、ミオンのところへ行く。
Oh no.
謝ってくるよ。もう全部、終わりにしてもらう。ミオンはきっと、簡単には許してくれないだろうけど、もうこれ以上、誰も犠牲にならないように頼んでくる。
Also, I just realized this is the same song that played last time near the end. The second new song. With that decided, there was no need for me to be lazing around here. I put on my shoes and slipped past Rena to exit the house. Yeah, you have the one that sounded like Final Fantasy music, and then you have this one, which is the one that came afterwards. I'm pretty sure this is one of the new tracks for Watanagashi specifically. When she stopped me.
私も行くよ。
レナ、学校はいいのかよ。
Yeah. Yeah, those two.
学校なんかより、もっと大切な用事だよ。
レナは来るな。この上、レナまで巻き込まれたら、 俺は頭がどうにかなってしまうかもしれない。
Irena didn't move her arm, which was blocking my way.
圭一くんまでいなくなったら、私も頭がどうにかなってしまうかもしれない。だから、圭一くんだけを行かせない。
Irena argued boldly as tears welled up in her eyes. I saw them, and I knew the strength of her resolve.
わかった。行こう。ありがとう、レナ。
Irena nodded slightly but firmly, and finally let down the arm blocking me. Let's go. To Mion's house. I'll apologize for the crimes I've committed, then we'll put an end to these twisted days. After that, I'll pray that once more we can return to those fun, lively days. With Rena following me, I left the house. In front of the house, there was a car waiting. It was Oishi-san.
いやあ、おはようございます。前原さん、それから龍宮さんも、朝から羨ましいですね。
What a truly praiseworthy man he was. If he had been lying in wait so early in the morning just to pressure me into talking. On this morning, though, maybe this was actually a good opportunity.
警察の方ですよね。
ありゃ、龍宮さんには名乗ってませんでしたっけ？これは失礼しました。私、沖宮署の大石と申します。どうぞよろしく。
大石さんに喋るのか？
圭一くんの罪は私の平手だけであがなえるけど、みーちゃんの罪はこの人たちにあがなってもらわなくちゃいけない。
Pain and sadness. I looked down as those emotions built up in my heart.
大石さんにお話があります。
はてはて、どんなお話でしょうか？ここで立ち話します？それとも車の中でしますか？
Should we stand here and talk? Or get inside the air-conditioned car? Yeah, Gear is a very, very nice track. It's a very, very nice piano piece for sure. Like, I really do like it quite a lot.
車の中でします。
I only continued to look down weakly. All I could do was be thankful for how dependable Rena was. Oh, Keiichi. At Rena's urging, I revealed everything to Oishi-san. The latter, while making sure to throw in murmurs that he was paying attention every now and again, took notes. We continued that way for a while.
どうです。話したら、なんだか胸がすっきりしたんじゃないですか？
Oishi-san asked this while scratching his head with his ballpoint pen. Of course, I don't feel better. The price that I've been paid up until now for me not owning up to my crimes had been so immense. But as long as that payment wasn't returned, the load on my chest could never be removed. His radio started to emit static.
はい、もしもし、大石です。
学校に先ほど欠席するとの連絡があったそうです。その崎家前は動きなし。標的はまだ邸内です。
はいはい、引き続き見張りお願いします。
了解しました。3号、7号は先ほど応援が到着、起動しました。あと、課長は大石さん探してるみたいっす。私のとこにも連絡がつき次第ってさっきから何回もうるさいんすけど、どうします？
ねはははは。答えに窮したら、実は居眠りしてて起こさないように言われてるとか、ごまかしといてください。
了解っす。
The radio grew silent.
いや、失礼。仕事の連絡でした。
今、 園崎家前は動きなしって言ってましたよね。
Right, this too. We got a note, or a tip yesterday, where, well, the cops met up at at a mahjong parlor, and it seems like they were getting ready to raid the Sonosuke house or manor, at least the main one. They were like they were talking about all the blind spots for the cameras and the like. So there's a good chance that, Mion is getting arrested like right now.
ありゃ、そんな風に聞こえちゃいました？そりゃ困ったな。秘密にしてくださいよ。課長から内定の許可はもらってないんですから。
Oisan had suspected Mion for a long time. Oh no.
事情聴取も家宅捜査も、とにかく何にも許可が下りないんですよ。園崎本家を守ろうという園崎家の防衛機能がガッキガキに作用しちゃってるらしくて、令状がなくちゃ私たち現行犯以外は何にも手出しできませんからね。
大石さんってひょっとして。
Rena's tone of voice alone was enough to make her spite clear as she stared at Oisan.
園崎家に踏み込めないものだから圭一君に踏み込ませようとしてたんじゃないですか？
Yeah.
レナ、それはどういう意味だ？
この人は私の想像通りならとても卑劣な人。
人聞きが悪いですね。でもお説は拝聴しますよ。
Oisan lit a cigarette and responded to Rena, wearing an expression implying he was calm and willing to let her comment slide.
あなたは令状が取れないけれどみーちゃんが怪しいとずっと狙いをつけていた。圭一君を焚きつけて園崎家へ向かわせようと企んだ。そして圭一君に何かがあればそれを口実に踏み込むつもりだった。そうでしょう。
I only understood about half of what Rena was saying. Keiichi, I don't know how the fuck you're not paying attention, man. I knew, however, that Oisan had been trying to use me.
その結果圭一君が襲われるかもしれないのに恥知らず。これが警察のやり方なの？
いやいや、こりゃとんだところに名探偵がいたもんです。いやはやいやはや。
What the fuck?
あなた、うちの試験受ける気ありません？
Oh my fucking god, dude.
刑事課配属の推薦状書いてあげてもいいですよ。
Holy fuck.
卑劣か。
Rena spoke quietly, her words dripping with
私
hostility.
もいろんな悪口を言われたもんですが、若いお嬢さんの短い一言が一番答えますよ。
でも結果として今日までみーちゃんを逮捕しなかったことには感謝しておきますね。
そりゃどうも。
Oisan seemed to be enjoying his exchange with Rena. The things this man thought were like a swamp, I could barely see past the surface. It reminded me again of how much I disliked him.
さて、その園崎美音さんの親友であらせられるお二人は、これからどうするつもりです？私が証拠固めを終えて、令状が請求できるまで、のんびり待っててくれるわけですかな？
そんなの待ちません。私たちが行ってみーちゃんを自首させます。
That's right. If she turned herself in rather than be arrested, she might get a lighter sentence. At this point, perhaps, that was the only pity I could find in me to afford her.
さてさて、そんなにうまくいくでしょうかね。下手すりゃ、あなたたちも無事では済まないかもしれませんよ。
Oisan was measuring our resolve. So, in a strong voice, I
そ
declared,
んなのは 覚悟の上です。
Oisan gave us an unpleasant yet seemingly satisfied grin. It was then that I realized this man was trying to use us for his own
も
convenience.
し私たちに何かあったなら、それを口実に踏み込んでください。犯人を取り逃がさないように、ぐるりと取り囲んでくださるのが一番の希望なんですが。
竜宮さんは交渉も上手です。参りましたよ。降参です。
My God.
どういうことだよ。
警察の人がみーちゃんの家を包囲しておいてくれるなら、これが万が一の時の保険になるの。万が一の時の。
Plus, it would be another way of pressuring Mion to give herself up, wouldn't it?
ああ、大石より熊ちゃんへ。
But yeah, Keiichi is just so fucking slow. The other thing that they're probably not realizing is that, like, they probably have, like, tunnels under their house, right? They probably have, like, some basement. They probably have some, like, secret passageway to get the hell out of there. It's probably, like, past whatever torture chamber they probably have, you know, in, like, the second basement of the huge mansion. So, not sure what they're expecting.
大石より熊ちゃんへ。お友達が2人、園崎家へ遊びに行きます。増援をかけられるよう準備だけよろしく願います。
Their altogether too short conversation implied that our questioning was already a part of their plans.
では、参りましょうか。お茶菓子でも買っていきます？
Neither Rena nor I went along with Oisan's stupid joke. Want to buy tea biscuits. Oh my god. Can you imagine this chapter is like short as fuck? It really is. We just go to like we go to Mion's house, we knock on the door, we talk her down, she gets arrested. And that's it. That's the end of the chapter. Oisan stopped the car at the place where we always waited for Mion. Come to think of it, I've never been to Mion's house before. I've only heard that it's right down this road.
お送りできるのはここまでです。情報では、園崎本家は自宅周辺に監視カメラをかなり配置しているらしいんですよ。でもご安心を。
Yeah, I played this chapter last night. I couldn't finish. I couldn't wait until today. I had to find out.
何度か資格をついて突入できる位置に若いのが何人か待機してます。指向性マイクで中を伺ってますから、お二人が大きな悲鳴を上げてくだされば、すぐにわかりますよ。
絶対に説得しますから、自首を認めてくださいね。
In both our eyes was determination. It was the only method available. Oh, sorry. It was the only method available to us for lightening the sins of our good
く
friend.
れぐれも注意してください。
Now, before we continue, I get it, right? I get what's going on. What's kind of bugging me right now is the huge shift in tone. We went from Keiichi being like having lost the will to live, for feeling so guilty about everything, for feeling so guilty about, you know, being unable to help his friends that just disappeared. All because he didn't like confess to Mion. And the second that Rena's like, thank you for like once he confessed to Rena, right? Once he like did a confession at like like the Catholic Church of Rena, his sins were absolved. And now he's like, we have to convince our friend to talk to the police and like turn herself in. And now it's all about this. So like the tension of like Keiichi feeling horrible for himself, feeling horrible about himself and his actions is like now gone. And he's like, the most we can do, the most I can do to atone for my sins is to make sure that Mion like turns herself in. So it's like, yeah. I know this is just me voicing my opinions out loud. So don't go reminding me of things too much. It'll all come together in a little bit anyways.
今さら信じないでしょうが、できることなら あなたたちに犠牲になってほしくないんですから。
本当に今更だな。
With that rude response, we left the car. The clinging humidity and voices of the cicadas greeted us. I'd never have expected this would be happening today.
行こう、ケイチ君。
Yeah, walking into like a Yakuza stronghold, telling the head of the family, like, hey, you should probably turn yourself in. Ereda took the lead and began to walk. Down the road I've never
レ
been.
ナはミオンの家には行ったことがあるんだよな。
うん。何度もあるよ。とても大きな家でね。お庭なんか山が丸ごと入るくらいあるんだよ。松茸が取れるとかなんとかで、いつもは柵がしてあるんだけどね。
Big enough to fit a mountain. That was amazing. One of the three families controlling Hinamizawa, and the head of the family of the Sonosuke clan. Perhaps there was something to be said about its magnitude. The path continued onward, level and uneventful. There were metal fences along its edges, and beyond them were woods with trees growing thickly. The fences were high. The tops of them bent inwards, sticking out like sharp spears. Plus, there was dangerous-looking barbed wire wrapping them. No one could look at them and not feel intimidated. In addition, there were signboards hung up here and there along the fence. Private property of the Sonosuke family. Entrance forbidden. Beware of venomous snakes. Active security cameras. Intruders will be charged an entry fee of 1 million yen.
この森、いや、山か。まるまる庭なのか。
庭というか、領地だね。見ての通り私有地ではあるけど、手入れも何もしてないから、散策ができるような気持ちいい森というわけでもないし。
She could say that again. It really did feel like a neglected savage woodland. It was dark and damp, and certainly not a forest that made you want to go for a nice walk. Which is like a nice little descriptor, you know. It's a nice little metaphor for like what the Sonosuke family is like, huh? Maybe that's just what happens when a landowner has too much land. Like Oishi-san said, there were security cameras hung up all over the place. Though they had been weathered by wind and rain, casting doubt as to whether they were even functional.
俺たちが来るの、ミオンはあれを通して見てるんだろうか。
見てないと思うな。だってみーちゃんの家は基本的におばあちゃんとみーちゃん本人の2人しか住んでないんだもの。カメラを見張ってる人がいないし。
What a useless security system.
みーちゃんのお父さんがいろいろ大変な人みたいでね。だから一族がみんなで集まるときにはちゃんと機能しているらしいよ。
That's right. Mion's father, he was a big shot Yakuza, wasn't he? Rena smoothly danced around the answer as she explained. At last, a huge gate, as big as I'd imagined, appeared. And then here we go. This is the first time we get to see the Sonosuke family residence, to my knowledge, in this game. So that's the old school art, and now let's look at the console background. And there I believe we can see, we can see the Sonosuke surname, like, you know, not logo, but like plaque. You know, that just has like their last name on it, and you can see the kanji for Oni written on it. If you remember the little Japanese history lesson we got last time. Was she living by herself with her grandmother in a house with such a grand gateway?
いるかな。
The old buzzer made a dull sound. Was it cut off in the middle and not getting to the house? We waited long enough without a response for me to start thinking like that. However, we finally heard footsteps walking through gravel on the other side of the gate. I nervously balled my hands my palms now sweating into fists. There was a clang of a bolt being released and the gate opened slightly. The person peeking out of the gap was none other than Mion.
こんな時間に珍しいね。
She has a gun!
二人とも学校は
Just kidding. She always had one. Mion didn't seem all that surprised at visitors arriving in the morning, which wasn't a normal time. In fact, she almost seemed relaxed, as if she knew we were coming beforehand.
学校は休んだよ。
ケイちゃんはともかく、レナも二人とも不良なんだからな。
Mion smiled lightly, in a way that the Mion we knew always did.
立ち話もなんでしょ。入りなよ。
She gestured for us to follow her. I hesitated for a moment, looking at Rena.
行こう。
Elena smiled cheerfully, as if she were passing through the gate of a good friend's house, and then did just that. I rally myself and then go through the gate too. On the other side, it hadn't been maintained very well, but it was clear that the lot was magnificently wide. And then here we have the inside of the Sonosuke family manor, which might just be like a picture of some, like, I don't know, might be like a government building, or like maybe just some like tourist spot, or like a village, just to kind of give you like the scale of like how grand this place is. All right, but let's look at the console background. Yeah, there we go. It's just like oh my god, they have straw roofs of all things. Huh. Was not expecting that. I was expecting like tile at least. Anyway, back to this. It wasn't quite what you'd think of when you hear mansion, but it was very clearly a vast place.
ケイちゃんはうちに来るの初めてだったっけ？
ああ。でけえ家じゃねえか。
今時合掌造りなんて流行らないよ。観光資源にはなるかもしれないけどね。
Yeah, thatch roofs, that's the word for it.
私は早く、ごくごく平均的な鉄筋コンクリートに建て替えてほしいと思ってるよ。
Mion dryly smiled as she said that, then closed the gate and relocked the heavy bolt.
気にしないで。最近は物騒だからね。日中でもこれくらいはしておかないと。
ああ、そうだな。
Maybe it was my imagination, but I thought I saw the hint of a shadow in her smile.
では、ご案内申し上げます。どうぞこちらへ。
Mion bowed to us like a worker at a high-class hotel, then pivoted on her heel and began to walk. Then I gripped my stiffening arm lightly.
ケイチくん、硬くなりすぎかな。私たちはみーちゃんに会いに来たんだよ。そんなに緊張することはないんだから。
That's right. When I get nervous, I tend to let everything show on my face. I'll stop tensing up. I don't know about that caging, but even if something were to happen, there were two of us. Oi-san's subordinates were waiting outside the gate for us too. There was nothing to worry about. After thinking about it that much, I realized my nervousness was already gone and I laughed at myself.
なんだこりゃ。
And now we have the inside of the house. It just looks very simple, which is fine, right?
ミオン、この新聞紙の上に置いてある漬物石はなんだ？邪魔だぞ。
There was a pile of newspapers on the floor of the entrance, and there was a large rock on top of them. I didn't understand why something like that was there, or was here. It didn't notice. It didn't notice me looking at it questioningly and giggled.
レナは知ってるのか？これはなんだ？何かのおまじないか？
ケイちゃんがよくわからないなら、それをどかしてそこに靴を脱いでもいいんだけど。
ケイチくん、その石の真上にね、ツバメの。
え？あ、本当だ。
人様の家なのに、ツバメが勝手に入ってきて巣を作ってるってわけ。代々語り継いでるのか、季節になると決まってここに巣を作るんだよ。迷惑してるんだけどね。
つまりね、そこはツバメの糞とかが落ちてきて危ないから、靴を脱がないようにっていう目印なの。
I couldn't help but laugh at the silly contrivance. My laughter naturally spread to the other two.
園崎家も大昔、養蚕とかやってたことがあるらしくてね。ご先祖様はツバメ退治に躍起になったそうだけどね。それを思うと、これはちょっと罰当たりなのかな。ま、上がって上がって。
The inside of the house wasn't very bright at all. It was dimly lit, in fact, but mysteriously, I could still feel an elegance to the place. Mion seemed to want a more modern building, but traditional houses like this aren't bad either.
冗談でしょ。隙間風は入るし、冬場は寒いし。人の家を勝手に文化財にして改築を妨害しないでもらいたいね。一番の理想はケイちゃんの家でしょ。あれは羨ましいよな。冬場は暖かそうだし。あ、でも雪下ろしは大変かもね。
雪下ろしは大変って、そんなに雪が降るのか？ひなみ、井戸は関東より南なくらいだろ？ここいらって暖かい土地なんじゃないのか？
ケイチくん知らないの？ひなみ沢は豪雪地帯なんだよ。大雪が降るとみんな埋まっちゃうの。玄関なんか埋まっちゃう時もあるんだよ。止めた車が完全に埋まっちゃって見つからないことだってあるんだから。
I wasn't aware of that. Hinamizawa was that bad of a place in the winter? Come to think of it, my dad, he said something like this place got plenty of snow so we could have fun building igloos. Still, your front door getting buried? Not being able to find your car? That's way too much snow.
地理の授業で習ったでしょ。日本海側は大陸からの寒風がそのまま流れてくるからね。山脈で遮られてぬくぬくしてるような軟弱な太平洋側とはわけが違うんだから。
俺、軟弱でもぬくぬくでも何でもいい。寒いのは嫌だ。
これは今年の冬はケイちゃんを寒さに慣らすための強化合宿が必要だね。
嫌だ嫌だ、全力で嫌だ。寒いのは嫌いだ。強化合宿も嫌いだ。両方合わさったらもっと嫌いだ。
Mion laughed more uproariously than she ever had, then told us she'd bring out some tea and left her seat for the moment.
でもね、冬は冬で楽しいことがいっぱいあるんだよ。冬の部活もね、きっと楽しいんだよ。
冬の部活か。実に嫌な響きのある部活だぞ。寒中水泳やら雪中行軍やら、ここはいつから八甲田山になったんだ。
確かに冬場の罰ゲームは辛いのが多いね。雪が降ってる校庭でリオのカーニバルをさせられたことある。
Huh? Like you all dressed in the attire that's normally what? You were basically wearing like bikinis with feathers in the winter? I see the terror of our club cared not for the season. The victor would be decided by who could best adapt to the winter-only events. Oh my
雪合
god.
戦もやるし、かき氷の大食いとか雪中宝探しとか。
だからなんで外で遊ぶんだよ。
Because it's cold.
雪が降ってんだから、ぬくぬくとお部屋で テーブルゲームで遊べばいいじゃないかよ。
圭一くん、そんなこと言ってると冬場はいっぱい負けちゃうかもね。圭一くん、罰ゲームいっぱいでレナは負けない。
はうじゃねえ。
I settled things with a cross chop to the head.
盛り上がってるな。壁が薄いんだからぶち抜かないようにしてよね。お茶受けはごませんでいい？羊羹とか気の利いたものがなくて申し訳ないね。
あ、いいよいいよ。別にお茶を飲みに来たわけじゃないし。
And with those words, the smile disappeared from Rena's face. Ah, she did it. That one careless statement reminded us of what we had nearly been able to forget. I had wanted to enjoy this peaceful time for a little bit longer, but we put an end to that with those honestly careless words. When she noticed the smile disappeared from Rena's expression, Mion too changed hers. It was as if the cheerful air that was like a warm spring day until a moment ago had slipped through the cracks in the paper door and altogether disappeared. There was no point in regretting it now. We did not come here today to chat and enjoy ourselves. Mion silently poured the tea. During that time, both Rena and I sat kneeling without uttering a word.
どうぞ召し上がれ。
We couldn't even mutter a word of acknowledgement at those natural words of courtesy.
毒なんか入ってないよ。そこまで信用ないかな。心外だね。
Mion gave a bitter smile at that and let her shoulders droop. We all remained silent. We remained silent, hoping that someone else would speak up first. That was, however, the one thing that we didn't want to do. And so we sat for a long time. At last, Mion smiled scornfully and opened her mouth to speak.
おいおい、ケイちゃんもレナも客はそっちなんだよ。用があって来たんじゃないの。そっちから切り出してくれなきゃおじさんも困っちゃうんだけどな。
Rena and I exchanged glances. We both resigned ourselves. Rena opened her mouth to speak first, so I stopped her.
圭一くん、
いいんだ。俺は来るべくして来たんだ。俺から喋らせてくれ。
うん。わかった。
ケイちゃんが私に何の話かな？
Yeah, and again, if you want to, avoid the ads on Twitch, just either use, an ad blocker or just watch on Kick. That way, you won't be interrupted, at least during these segments.
お宅のお嬢さんを私にください。ダメだよ。うちのレナはケイちゃんとは釣り合わないね。味噌汁で顔を洗って出直しておいで。
Afterwards, I thought her mean remarks were Mion's own way of showing consideration. Mion had said those mean things in a totally normal voice, and it drained the tension from my shoulders.
ミオ、まず謝ることがある。
ケイちゃんが何を？
Mion pretended that she didn't know what I was talking about, but I'd clearly gotten my point across.
渡流しの晩、俺は神社の西宮殿に入ったんだ。
I could see Mion's expression immediately become harder.
入ってはいけない場所だったのは知ってた。でもほんのちょっとした探検のつもりで悪気はなかったんだよ。でもいけないことだったんだよな。謝る。この通り。
To To display my deepest sincerity, I pressed my forehead to the table. I meant it as my way of I meant it as a way of I meant it as my way of prostrating myself. Holy shit, I can't read today. I figured it wouldn't feel sincere enough if I raised my head right away. So I left it there on the table for a while. Neon didn't say anything. With my face down, I couldn't tell what sort of expression Neon had. Only the voices of the cicadas filled the room. Mixed with them, I could hear the sound of the clock ticking. That was all. When I started to struggle to breathe from having my head down for so long, Neon told me to stop.
参ったな。いきなり直球勝負で来るとは思わなかったよ。参った。
I looked up to see that Mion's face was calm, but she was smiling faintly.
ケイちゃんにとっては面白半分の探検でも、それが笑い事では済まないと思ってる人たちも大勢いるってことを、ちょっとでも理解してくれたなら、それでいいよ。郷に入りては郷に従えって、昔から言うもんね。
あれからもう何日も経ってる。今更だとは思うが、悪かった。許してくれ。
I could feel pitiful tears welling up within me. If I had done this sooner, maybe nothing terrible would have happened.
いいよ。ケイちゃんが悪いことをしたと思ったならそれでいいんじゃない？
Mion spoke like it was someone else's problem, and wasn't happy about it.
みーちゃん、ケイチくんはちゃんと真面目に謝ってるんだよ。みーちゃんも真剣に答えてあげるべきじゃないのかな。
私は真剣だよ。レナには私が不真面目そうに見える？
見えるよ。
Elena was giving her tit for tat, and so the room's atmosphere quickly began to grow sharper. She was right. Even though I came here to speak from the heart like this, it felt like she hasn't been taking this seriously. Or it's felt, yeah, no, that makes sense. Obviously, Elena isn't fond of that.
ケイチくん、もういいよ。全部話そう。みーちゃんもそれを望んでいるようだし。
I had known it would turn out like this from the beginning. Didn't I come here prepared for that? I mustered my willpower and bit my lip.
ミオ、おととい、リカちゃんとサトコを呼んだろ。
覚えはないけど。そう思うに足る根拠があるなら聞かせてもらえる？
夕方過ぎのお夕食前の時間、リカちゃんが来たはずだよ。お醤油の大瓶を持って、お裾分けしてもらいに。
Mion was trying to keep from showing any reaction, but I didn't miss her eyelid twitching just a little bit.
どうしてそう思う？
そんなに難しい話じゃない。みーちゃんも見たでしょ？リカちゃんの部屋。
Mion put a finger to her forehead and acted like she was thinking.
冷ややっこがあるのに、お醤油がなかった。そして、流しの下にあるはずの醤油の大瓶も、瓶ごとなかった。
何それ？それが私のとこへ来る理由になるわけ？
ミオ、いい加減にしろ。お前が自分で回覧板に書いたんじゃないか。醤油をお裾分けするって。
Mion scratched her head. I heard her ever so faintly click her tongue. It was as though we found out she'd purposely given it was as though we found out she'd purposely given too little change to a servant. That's all I could feel from her.
そしてみーちゃんは、リカちゃんを、隠してしまった。
Rena hesitated for a moment. I could tell that she didn't want to use the word erased, and that she was struggling to find another word.
そして、本当はそれで終わりのはずだったんだよね。みーちゃんにとっては。
そりゃあどういう意味かな？
リカちゃんがみーちゃんの家に行くことをさとこちゃんに言い残していたのは誤算だったんじゃないかな。
Oh, that was very loud.
そして、さとこちゃんはみーちゃんの家に電話をした。うちのリカがお邪魔してませんこと？うん。きっとこんな感じ。
似てる似てる。
みーちゃんは、ちょっとまずいと思ったんだよね。リカちゃんがここに来たことを知る人間がいたから。だから、さとこちゃんも誘い出そうと思った。
誘い出す？へえ。どんな感じでかな。
Mion prodded Elena on, as if trying to get to the good part of an interesting story. I, however, knew. I'd been watching Mion change the whole time. She was restlessly twirling her fingers. She had clearly lost her calm. Of course, it was really a slight thing, and only I, who had been watching her this whole time, would have known. Mion was panicking. What Rena was saying must have been a bullseye.
きっとこんな感じだよ。さとこ、実は今日食事を作りすぎちゃったんだけど、食べに来ない？リカちゃんは先に来て、もう食べてるよ。こんな感じ。
Scratch. Mion's nails dug into her knee.
へえ。電話の内容の記録テープがあるわけでもないのに、どうしてそこまで。
冷蔵庫に、さとこちゃんの作った2人分のお夕食が、まるまる手つかずで、ラップに包まれて入ってたから。
For a few moments, Mion's face was frozen in utter amazement. She looked like she couldn't believe that this person in front of her was Rena.
そんなことで、どうやったら電話で喋った内容まで察しがついちゃうわけ？
長くなるから説明は省くけど、冷蔵庫の中身が、みーちゃんの呼び出した話の内容まで如実に物語っちゃってるの。
Mion's jaw remained on the floor. That was the only way I could describe her face.
これは。とんだ名探偵が身近にいたもんだよ。
Just like Oi-san.
まさか、冷蔵庫の中身だけで、電話の内容まで見破るとは。参ったな。参った参った。
As if a dam had burst, Mion convulsed into laughter. Her laughter, though, definitely didn't make us want to laugh as well. Mion grew tired of her dumb laughter, heaved a big sigh, and scratched her head. It almost seemed like Mion had lost a detective punishment game with a club or something, and her punishment had been decided. Jail. Oh, how fun that would have been if it were true.
とんだ名探偵か。みーちゃんこそ、大石さんがした会話の内容までよく察しがつくね。大石さんも私のこと、とんだ名探偵って言ったもの。
As soon as she heard Oisan's name, Mion's eyes began to display panic more clearly, so that anyone would be able to tell.
ミオン、警察はもうとっくにお前を疑ってるんだ。この家も大石さんの部下が踏み込もうと今も様子を伺ってる。
Mion attempted to feign calm, but looked like she was having a hard time with that. Part of her couldn't believe that the police had her surrounded, and she closely examined Rena's facial expression. However, she couldn't detect a hint of falsehood. Finally, Mion seemed to accept the fact that the police were encircling the house.
村長さんも、みーちゃんが？
富武さんと高野さんもミオンなのか？
Mion didn't answer our rapid-fire questions. I could clearly see impatience in her eyes, which were still feigning calm. Uh-oh. That's not Mion's face. That's Shion's face. At last, Mion, who had been sitting there lazily, readjusted her cushion and sat herself upright. Oh, right, I forgot that we could change it with P. My bad. Huh. I think this one's still normal. I don't remember if that's what Shion's face looked like, because it's been a while. But... oh, that looks so fucking horrifying. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room changed completely. Mion's expression also changed. The impatience and wonderment in her expression disappeared, and she became so solemn, you could think she was about to conduct a tea ceremony. I could sense it. It was now, in this moment, Mion had ceased to be Mion, but had changed into Mion Sonosuke, the current heir to the Sonosuke house. That solemn atmosphere about her was clearly abnormal, and was entirely different from that of the Mion that I knew. Now I could believe it. Now I could believe that she was the young leader who commanded the entire Sonosuke clan. Mion quietly placed both her hands on the tatami mat and gave a beautiful, elegant bow, as if this really were a tea ceremony, and named herself.
初めてご挨拶申し上げます。園崎本家当主跡継ぎ、ミヨンでございます。
Mion's movements were so elegant they could cut, and we couldn't even answer her. All Ren and I could do was watch, baffled at her actions, which we could never imagine the normal her
本
doing.
日はようこそ園崎本家においでくださいました。当主お領に代わりまして、皆様にご挨拶申し上げます。皆様におかれましては、いろいろお尋ねになりたいことがおありの様子。私にお話しできることでしたら、包み隠さずお話ししたいと存じます。
Huh? What did Mion just say? Mion said she would answer anything we asked. There was a strong light of resolve in her eyes.
本当に何を尋ねてもいいんだな。
知る限りをお話しいたしましょう。皆様もそれを望んでここにいらしたのでしょうから。
Ren and I exchanged glances. There was a mountain of things we wanted to ask Mion. However, we hesitated for a moment on what we should ask first. The first question that Rena gave was extremely abstract, but it was the question everyone wanted to know right now.
どうしてこんなことを？
That was what I wanted to ask as well. Why would you do this? That didn't only go for Rika and Satoko. It went for the mayor, Takano, and Tomitake as well. No, even further back. For all the incidents that had been occurring every year. For a little while, Mion couldn't respond. Right when we realized that the question was too vague and tried to put it into more concrete terms, she finally opened her mouth to speak.
その問いに対する答えは少し長いものになります。それでもよろしければ、どうかご清聴いただきたく存じます。
She spoke clearly. She spoke with a clarity that a grandmother might use when telling a story from a long time ago.
木南沢村がかつて鬼ヶ淵村と呼ばれていたことをご存知ですか？
Also, even if you don't speak Japanese, you can tell if you've been exposed to the language for a while. you can clearly tell that Mion is speaking with different words right now in this like Yakuza mode that she's in, right? She is using like more elaborate words instead of the usual ones that say a commoner might use, that the average person might use. She's speaking in a more elegant or eloquent form. And you can definitely hear it in her tone. Rena nodded lightly, then shot me a glance asking me if I did. I returned her nod. Hinamizawa was once called Watanagashi village. Yes, I heard all about it that night from Takano-san and the ritual storehouse. Or in the ritual storehouse. They firmly believed that demon blood ran through their veins and cut off all contact with the outside world. They were worshipped by those in the village at the foot of the mountains and treated like transcendents, those capable of magic.
そうです。鬼ヶ淵村のご先祖様たちは鬼の血を引く誇り高き仙人たちでした。
Also remember, this is ogres. It's more ogre, less demon.
ふもとの村々の人たちは崇め、そして敬いました。ですが、そういう空気も徳川の世が終わるとともに廃れていきました。
The black ships arrived. The era of the samurai ended. The era of national isolation ended. And the tradition of worshipping Watanagashi village quickly disappeared. Those things that linger from the past were all to be detested. That was the kind of era it became.
明治になり、古い歴史を持つ鬼ヶ淵村の名称は一方的にひなみ沢村に改められてしまいました。古い因習を一掃しようとする明治政府の思惑が強く働いたのだと聞かされています。
The abolition of feudal domains and the establishment of prefectures. An era had begun, seeing Japan sprinting up the stairs that were beyond their means to try and reach the same level of the rest of the world. All things in the Western style were to be extolled, while all old traditional things were to be scorned. That was the sort of era it was.
そういう時代の激変の中で、滝壺に落ちていく花びらのように、あっという間に鬼ヶ淵村は消えてしまったのです。
At last, Japan, provoked by the great European powers colonizing countries in Asia one by one, began a policy to increase its wealth and military power so that it could stand as a global power in its own right. Conscription began, and they won war after war. The first Sino-Japanese War, the Russo-Japanese War, and until the Pacific War broke out, they recklessly climbed the staircase towards modernization. Right, I won't go too much into it, but yeah, Japan was conquering a ton of Asia. They went into China, they conquered basically all of Korea, and a good chunk of Russia, if I recall. Or not Russia, sorry, but they fought Russians, who were, I believe, helping the Chinese back in the early 1900s. If I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, like around the 1910s maybe, or 1920s. I don't remember off the top of my head the exact date. But Japan was fucking brutal. They were conquering like crazy. This was more around World War II, if I recall. And yeah, no, that would be in the 30s then. So like Japan was fucking conquering everything.
この頃にはもう鬼ヶ淵村の不可侵性は失われていました。
And here, Mion sounds different. Now she sounded like an older woman for a moment, kind of like a grandma.
かつて仙人と崇められた村人たちは否認扱いを受け、神聖な鬼ヶ淵村はいつの間にか合病患者の隔離集落の慣れの果てであるという根も葉もないレッテルを貼られ、苦難の時代を迎えることになったのでした。
Thus began the harsh days where one would suffer unreasonable discrimination just because people knew one was from Watanagashi. The children in the village at the foot of the mountain were taught not to go near Hinamizawa because filthy germs were rampant there. Children who had come into contact with children in Hinamizawa would cry and wail as their parents purified the spot where they touched by rubbing salt on it. One of the adults said to the children that if you got lost in Hinamizawa, you would be kidnapped by demons, cut up into pieces, and devoured. Never, ever go near the terrifying village of the man-eating ogres. That's what he taught them. Another said that during a famine long ago, the people of Hinamizawa gathered up all the corpses they discarded into dry riverbeds, then cooked and ate them in order to survive. Groundless stories, but said in such seriousness. Baseless slander added to baseless slander, making Watanagashi villages a historically accurate, thrilling history all the more believable. Historically accurate, huh? Perhaps the chain of undue discrimination was a manifestation of the people's anxiety towards the uncertain times. Of course, the story didn't end only with the perspective of children. If anyone found out you were from Watanagashi, you'd be turned down from any job you applied for. People would even go back on engagements and marriage proposals. As for the marriages where one partner had lied about it, as soon as the truth got out, they were made to divorce.
裁判も起こしました。出身の問題は離婚する重要な理由にはなり得ないと訴えても敗訴しました。出身の虚偽は結婚の上での重大な詐称行為にあたるのだそうで。
ひどいね。そんなの。
I've heard about such discrimination towards those in small villages in civics class. Just because others knew you were from a tiny hamlet, you would be subjected to every societal disadvantage there was, a modern form of bullying. Though I only memorized that because it was going to be on a test one time, I recalled being suspicious about it and unable to believe such discrimination occurred in modern Japan.
まあ、自業自得と言えないこともないのかもしれません。私たちのご先祖様は自分たちに鬼の血が流れていることを誇りに思い自慢し、麓の人々を蔑んで暮らしてきたのですからね。その神秘性で麓の村人たちを怖がらせ、畏怖と貢ぎ物の献上を要求してきたのですから。
With that, Mion smiled for the first time, albeit in self-mockery.
太平洋戦争中は国民一丸のスローガンが流れながらも、ひなみざわ村の人々はさまざまな差別を受け続けました。
And then here we have a new background.
数え出したらキリがないくらい、夫や息子を戦場に送り出し、15の女たちも心がすさんでいたのでしょうね。当時をよく覚えている祖母は、それは苦しい時代だったと回想しています。
Even that bitterly long war, however, finally ended in 1945.
多数の男手を失ったひなみざわにも、ようやく父や夫、息子たちが戻ってまいりました。もちろん帰らぬ者も多かった。それでも男手がなく村を維持することにすら限界をきたしていたひなみざわにとって、それはとても喜ばしいことでした。
MacArthur's GHQ set to work on drastically improving mindsets and strove for the abolition of unfair discrimination. They could feel day breaking on their dismal night. That was the previous
廃
era.
村寸前だったひなみざわをもう一度立て直そう。そういう機運が高まり、村人たちは村を少しでも豊かにするために働き始めました。
During that time, someone appeared who built up a fortune through a vast number of dealings in the black market. That was Mion's grandfather. the husband of the elderly current family leader, Sohei Sonosuke.
宗平は中国大陸に出兵し、ハルピンで食料倉庫の管理をしていたといい、撤退時に上官や仲間たちと共謀して、軍の缶詰をごっそりと盗み出していたのでした。それを瀬戸内海某所に隠し、闇市で高値で売りさばいて大きな富を得たのです。
Sohei didn't spend that fortune for his own pleasure either. He entrusted the entire amount to his wife, the head of the Sonosuke house.
廃れたひなみ沢を復興させよう。村人すべては家族であり、この富は共有の財産である。現当主である祖母はそう宣言しました。この大きな富は、その後のひなみ沢の復興の大きな力となったのです。
I see. With that, Hinamizawa came back to life, and that's how the Sonosuke family had established its current prosperity.
もちろん、闇市で財を成したことを妬む人たちも大勢いましたが、もう村人は気にしなかった。
They succeeded at one business venture after another. Those who had succeeded freely supported those who followed them. The giant family of Hinamizawa, tied together with strong bonds, kept on expanding its influence. The Sonosuke family, the center of everything, would be extolled for a long time as the minds behind Hinamizawa's revitalization.
その活躍の中心人物がみーちゃんのおばあちゃんなんだね。すごいよね。大活躍。
Mion looked like she was honestly happy Irena had praised her.
ですが、昭和30年頃にまたしても逆風が吹き始めます。それが人肉缶詰疑惑でした。
Canned flesh. It sounded so hideous that just hearing it made me nauseous.
祖父、園崎宗平の上官だったと名乗る男が告白したのです。あの缶詰は人肉の缶詰だったと。
Hinamizawa, a village in which ogres lived and ate humans. They were just about to wipe away that cursed stigma. The light they had finally started to see in their peaceful lives grew hazy and disappeared. The shocking truth as revealed by his former superior, the stolen provisions from the old Japanese army that had been a huge cornerstone for Hinamizawa's revival, had been canned human flesh. Why were there cans like that? Wasn't Sohei just a manager of a food warehouse? Or wasn't he just a manager of food warehouses? His superior revealed that Sohei Sonosuke did not have the job of managing the food.
実は宗平は戦時中、ハルピンでベストネズミの駆除や伝染病患者の死体運搬の仕事をさせられていたのでした。
It had been unfair treatment, and all because of the lowliness of his origins. As a result, though, he had returned safely without having been sent to the front lines or being detained. Perhaps that was the only fortunate thing to happen to him. Finally, Sohei was enlisted as an assistant at the military institution, or at the military medical institution. There, however, he found something even worse than the low, scorned, depressing customs of Watanagashi village. In the research they were carrying out, could that have been, well, you know, the bacteriological core in the old Japanese army or whatever. Keiichi-kun, you've heard of that? What could it be? I was pretty sure it was Unit 731. It was a nightmare unit that devoted itself to researching terrifying bacteriological weapons to break the deadlock in the war. They used many innocent people as fodder for horrible human experiments. They methodically observed how many days a new strain would take to kill the victims, how many days it would be when injected, how many days it would be when swallowed. They dissected many people to find that out. Sometimes they wouldn't bother waiting until they were dead and dissected them while they were still alive. They would strap them into centrifuges while still alive and crush them in decompression chambers while still alive. When a live human decompresses, all the holes in their body get pushed outwards, and their intestines get pushed out of their anus like a snake winding out of it. I have a feeling I saw something like that on a documentary one time.
それでもひなみ沢の人間を蔑むのかよ。
I actually didn't know about this unit. Because while I know enough about Japan, I don't dig too deep into other countries too much. Or at least the atrocities of war. Because I technically already have too much to deal with being German, but anyway.
本当に
Mion agreed with me, giving a faint, sad smile. It wasn't much in the way of communication, but for some reason, I was happy to have it right now.
僧兵がいた部隊はそれよりはもっと温情的な研究をしていました。それは戦地での困難な食料調達に関する具体的な手法の研究でした。
If it is pretty well known, I might have looked into it maybe when I was younger, maybe 10 years ago or something, or maybe more, 14, 15 years ago. And I might have just blocked it out because I honestly do not remember it. Anyway, the military's designs at the start of the war completely fell apart, and a chronic food shortage broke out all over the battlefront. The food shortage led to malnutrition, and as their natural resistance lowered, the soldiers fell to one disease after another. Spirit and morale lowered as well. They wouldn't be able to maintain their forces at this rate. Apparently, that's where the research started. At first, it was to find methods of delivering food to the battlefields. It was very broad and included things from violent methods like stealing it from citizens to survival methods like how to cook unfamiliar insects and plant life. As they were working out the details, they kept straying off course and going out of control, until finally they knocked down a door called Taboo.
戦場で一番入手しやすいタンパク源は何だと思います？
Others. Elena and I knew the answer without being told, so we didn't answer.
そう。彼らは人間を食材として扱う方法を研究していたのです。彼らは時には敵の、時には戦友の血肉をハンデでも戦い抜くことが国に報いる究極の方針になる。そういう競技を大真面目に組み上げていったのです。滑稽な話ですね。祖父を人肉食いと蔑んでおきながら、自分たちはさらにその上を言っていたのですから。祖父はいつも思っていたそうです。たとえ自分が卑しい食人鬼だとしても、彼らはそれよりもはるかに醜い鬼なんだと。だからいくら蔑まれたってちっとも答えないと。
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard of this unit being mentioned anywhere else. Probably because Japan in general doesn't like to talk about its war past too much, or remind its current population of the past, at least to my knowledge. But this is knowledge from 2010 or something like that. Oh yeah, but no one's played Guru except for maybe, I don't know, fucking 1,500 people in Japan. But anyway, yeah, no, in general, Japan doesn't like acknowledging its past too much. For example, with what I mentioned with when they were conquering a lot of Asia, right? Japan did a lot of really horrible shit in Korea. Really, really, really horrible shit to Koreans. And they don't really like talking about that. And when you ask Koreans what they think about the Japanese, even in current day, they still hate them. Koreans despise the Japanese. If you ask modern Japanese audiences or individuals what they think of Korea, they love Korea. They think it's a great place. But if you ask the elderly, if you ask those that are 60, 70, 80 years old right now in Japan, hey, what do you think of Korea? They fucking hate them. They wish they could go back and do more. Because I know I have Japanese friends who have told me that their grandparents are super racist towards Koreans. They fucking hate Koreans. They hate the Chinese. They hate the Filipinos. They hate Malaysians. They're super racist towards other Asian just populations, and that's kind of what it was And that's currently what's going on with like Japan and Korea, for example, where stuff like this isn't going to be mentioned because it's too, I don't know, heartbreaking. And one thing Japan likes to do is kind of ignore or brush things aside as a society so that nobody like is depressed about this, if that makes sense. Because like, imagine like there's a celebrity in Japan and then it comes out that this celebrity that's beloved by everyone fucking knows who they are. Let's say they're like a children's star or some shit, or they appeal to everyone. They are literally known throughout all of Japan. If one day it came out that this person was like a pedophile, right, or a serial killer or something, the entire nation would ostracize them, right? They would all band together to ostracize them. And nobody would bring it up, just like how everyone here in Hinamizawa doesn't talk about the Onikachi, the way they don't talk about being deemed the way they don't talk about Oyashiro-sama's curse or anything like that. Everyone would ostracize the individual and then never bring this up again. Ever. It would become taboo. So talking about this unit is more than likely very taboo in Japan. I know talking about World War II is pretty taboo in Japan. And if I recall, whenever they teach like World War II history in Japan, they kind of just cover the basics of it, like an overview of it. Like, hey, we got involved in the war. We fought in these territories. I don't think they go into like what happens specifically. They don't probably go into the whole mass like occupation of like Korea or China. And then they kind of just go into like, oh yeah, we lost, and then we had the US government kind of install a new government. And then we are in modern day Japan, right? Yeah, Ryukishi probably didn't care. I mean, this was a fan game that, or not a fan game, this is a game he was making for Comiket, right? I believe it was. And the few thousand people he knew would play it, the few hundred people, or the few like tens of people he knew would play it, would probably be like, oh man, this is like really fucked up. And it is. I mean, this entire, like, just learning about this is super fucked up. But yeah, in general, to my knowledge, current day Japan, and even Japan about 10 to 15 years ago, wouldn't really talk about any of this stuff. Because of, like, I guess you can, like, because of how shameful it is. Like, the shame that it brings to the country that they were doing these atrocities. I haven't thought about Germany too much and haven't spoken too much to my friends or relatives there in a while. I don't remember if the atrocities of the Holocaust are brought up too much in German history. If I recall, they do something similar where they just mention like, we did horrible things. Anyway, let's move on. At last, they had a handful of test prototypes. When the soldiers learned it was human flesh, however, the scientists couldn't make anyone eat it. Okay, I don't know if that's modern day Germany then, but I remember like pre-2010, to my knowledge, it wasn't brought up too much because of the quote-unquote shame, but maybe now they talk about it more to shame you. So it was apparently sent to the front lines. The cans were labeled meat substitutes, and so that they wouldn't accidentally eat it themselves, they stamped the bottoms with a circle.
お腹を空かせた前線の兵隊さんには、どの試作品もとても好評だったそうです。中でも醤油で煮たすき焼き風のものが一番好評だったそうで。
もうやめてよ、みーちゃん。気分が悪くなってきた。
Elena really was pale-faced, and she looked like she was having difficulty continuing to sit on her knees. Mion looked like she had more to say, but she sighed lightly and stopped there.
じゃあ、そのミオンのじいさんが持ち帰ったという缶詰は
真偽はわかりません。晩年まで僧兵は人肉であることを否定し続けました。ですが、ひなみ沢の急激な復興を妬む人々は、人肉を売って財を成した鬼畜と呼び、村人また子供たちが生やし立てられ、石を投げつけられる時代に戻ってしまったのです。
The stifling silence came back. What a seriously hopeless and sad story it was. They discriminated, were discriminated against, discriminated, and were discriminated against. Why must they attach worth and rank to it? Why can't they live without looking down on people? Why can't everyone enjoy life together? Come on, Keiichi, that's some kami talk right now. I don't know.
当主である祖母は、ある時、村の子供たちにこう言いました。
If they throw a stone at one of you, then two of you must throw stones back. The children asked her, what if they threw stones at two of us? Of course, the answer was simple.
二人に石を投げられたら、4人で石を。8人に棒で覆われたら、16人で追い返し。30人に中傷されたなら、60人で怒鳴り返せと。
Finally, the children asked, what if we're attacked by 1,000 people? Even that answer was simple.
1000人に襲われたなら、ひなみ沢の全員で立ち向かいなさいと。それは、決起を促す劇のようですらありました。
Wait till you find out who wrote that diary. Anyway.
祖母は、園崎本家当主としてだけでなく、ひなみ沢の母太郎として立ち上がったのです。
It was a time when riots over the treaty with the US were rampant, a time of battle and action. Let me quickly check the log. Yeah, it was a manifesto to spur people into action. My grandmother rose up not only as the leader of the Sonosuke house, but as the mother of Hinamizawa. It was halfway through 1955. It was a time when riots over the treaty with the US were rampant, a time of battle and action. I don't think they would be happy to hear that. Anyway, the people of Hinamizawa joined together and fought, treating unfair discrimination towards one as a crime against them all. It didn't matter whether that one was a child or an adult. If they had heard that a child had been told off, then everyone would crowd the house of the perpetrator, acting as a whole. If they heard an adult being treated unfairly, men and women, young and old, would all band together and stand up against it. If you meddled with people from Hinamizawa, you would be in trouble. They probably figured that if they could make others think that, they'd win.
ケイちゃんも町で不良に絡まれた時、たくさんの人たちに助けられたのを思い出しませんか？
How do you know, Mion? Who told you about it? I recalled how much of an impression it had left on me. That the people of Hinamizawa boldly came to my rescue, yet the people of Okinomiya averted their eyes so that they wouldn't get involved.
祖母が戦い、両親がそれを引き継ぎ、ようやくひなみ沢にも平和が戻った。もっとも、その平和もとても薄い川の上に乗ったものです。この100年の歴史を見れば、今の平穏など揺れ返す天秤のたまたまの狭間としか言えないでしょう。
どうして？
Did I really have an opinion on such a long and difficult history when I hadn't moved here more than a year ago? Yet I said it anyway.
どうしてみんなで仲良く暮らし合えないんだよ。高野さんに聞いたお社様の昔話はどうなったんだよ。
Man and ogre joined hands and lived together in harmony. Didn't Oyashiro-sama remain in this world to watch over that?
おとぎ話です。人と鬼は実在しても、それを調停するお社様は実在しなかったということです。
は？
それでお社様のたたりを起こすことになったの。
A cool gust of wind blows from outside, fluttering Mion's long, beautifully clean hair. Huh. Oyashiro-sama is not real. I mean, like, we know this, right? Like, we know it's a fiction, like, it's a fictional game, right? A fictional story. But you'd think that, like, I'm not sure if they're implying that the Oyashiro-sama from that story is fake, as in, like, that version of him is fake, or that there really was no Oyashiro-sama, and he really was, like, I won't go too much into it, but he was acting like your typical religious figure that just banded people together, like in modern day religions. And if so, that's quite something. And it just goes to show, like, how either naive the people in the village are, or how dedicated they are to the cause or to the village itself, which is quite interesting. Mion kept her refreshing smile without answering and didn't even change her expression, but even that became a silent answer.
ひなみ沢村を再び鬼ヶ淵村のように崇められるに足る神聖な存在に。それが我ら鬼ヶ淵村の末裔の悲願であり、園崎本家の鬼を継ぐ者の宿命なのです。
鬼を継ぐ者？
我が園崎本家は代々当主の名に鬼の一字を加える習慣があるのです。私の名前を手のひらにでも書いていただければ一目瞭然かと。
We saw it on her, like, door too, like, it's right there. I traced out the word Mion on the palm of my hand. Oh, she's right. The character for Oni is in there. Now, mind you, we were told this, like, 4 chapters ago. And we would probably see it, right? Yeah. Like, Oni is right there. In the quotes. You can see it at the top. It's the first character. And then right below that, you have Mion, which is written with the character for Oni, and then the character right next to it as well. So that's in the last sentence. It's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th character. Well, I mean, you can see it there in the brackets or the quotes. I don't actually remember what those are called, but those are like Japanese quotation marks. Those little, like, L shapes.
名前だけではありませんよ。この体にも鬼が刻まれているのです。
When she said that, she quietly rose and began to lay her hand on her clothing.
いいよみーちゃん、見せる必要なんて全然ない。
ありがとう。
With just that exchange, I guessed what she meant. Most likely, somewhere in her body, there was a permanent seal, such as a tattoo or a marking, that proved that she inherited the demon, or the ogre. Mion didn't sit back down. She smoothly opened the paper door onto the porch. A refreshing breeze began to cleanse the damp air filling the room. Mion quietly gazed out at the wide yard for quite a while. On her shoulders was something I could never imagine a normal Mion carrying. It was the heavy, truly heavy history of Hinamizawa. No, of Watanagashi weighing down on them. What kind of words could I possibly say to a Mion like that? But I wasn't saying anything to her either. Only the voices of the cicadas drowned out the silence. At last, after a long period of nothing, Mion murmured.
この5年間の連続事件ね。私が直接関わったものもあるし、間接的に関わったものもある。いくつかは園崎家だけでなく、他の御三家の君吉家や古出家が関わっているものもあるけど、そのすべての中心に私がいたと思う。
She said it all without turning around, with her back to us. At some point, her tone of voice had gone back to being the Mion we knew.
私は自分のしたことには信念を持ってるし、罪の意識などまるでない。あるとすれば、私の跡継ぎも決まらないうちに舞台を退かねばならないことくらいかな。私を捕まえて、それで法治国家の体裁が整うなら、それも時代の流れかなって。この100年で一番平和なひなみ沢を見ながら引退できるのは、ひょっとすると歴代の園崎家の当主で一番の幸せなのかもしれないし。
Mion leaned a shoulder against the paper door, then slid down and it flopped to the ground. And flopped to the ground. It was such an act of resignation that just seeing it made me hurt inside. The numerous terrible crimes Mion had been a part of suddenly began to fade from my mind. Hey, Mion. I don't care what happens after this. Can't you just try to struggle as much as you can? Try to run away. As soon as I began to think that way, then as a ringing voice filled the room.
でも、みーちゃんはリカちゃんとさとこちゃんを殺したんだよね。
The sharp points of her words stabbed into my chest, despite not being directed at me.
他の人のことは殺してもいいとも言わないよ。でも、とにかくみーちゃんは、リカちゃんとさとこちゃんを殺した。
Rena's words were more biting than I had ever heard. Even now that we knew all the heavy history pressing down on Mion's shoulders, she had criticized her for killing our friends.
私が園崎家の役目を負うように、リカちゃんだって古出家の役目を負っていた。その役目が西宮殿を守ることだった。
My chest tightened.
去年あたりからリカちゃんが言ってたのは知ってたんだよ。西宮殿の勘抜きが重くて辛い。もっと簡単な鍵に付け替えたいって。先代の神主さんでも重いと嘆いてた代物だからね。リカちゃんに辛いのは重々承知だった。
僕がちゃんと番をしますですから、もっと軽い鍵に変えてほしいなのです。
I replied on behalf of the Sonozaki family leader. Ever since the string of freak death incidents, there seem to be people who are insolent towards Oyashiro-sama, so you shouldn't replace the lock with a simpler one. That said, the leader of the Kimiyoshi family, Old Man Kimiyoshi, he... If it's that difficult for you, Rika-chan, then I think it's okay to replace the lock, he said. The very fact that it was locked with a key was an indication of it being somewhere you mustn't enter. There's nobody bad enough to break through it and go inside, he said. Even if we were all alike as leaders, I couldn't find it in me to argue with Old Man Kimiyoshi, since I owed him so much. In the end, we decided to change out the lock on the storehouse, and switched it to a really cheap and light
お
padlock.
じいちゃん、本当に大丈夫なんですか？バッチャもできることなら鍵は前のままの方が良かったと言ってます。
大丈夫だよ。心配性だな。何かあったらおじいちゃんがちゃんと責任を取ってあげるから。
本当ですね。君吉家の当主として責任を取られるという意味ですね。おじいちゃんもこの中に収められているものがどれだけ神聖なものかよくご存知のはず。
大丈夫なのですよ。このひなみ沢に鍵を開けて勝手に入ってしまう悪い猫さんはいませんなのです。にゃーにゃー。
Sobs escaped from my mouth. Something hot and wet dripped down in spades and fell onto the tatami mat.
西宮殿に賊が忍び込んだという話は、渡長市の祭りの最中にもう私の耳に入っていました。賊は4人。その日のうちに手が下されることになりました。同時に西宮殿に賊を許した古出家のリカちゃんと君吉家のおじいちゃんも責任を問わなければならなくなってしまった。
My tears dripped and dropped. Dripped and dropped. Until just now, I had decided that it was Mion's fault, that she killed Rika-chan and the others. That was wrong. The one who killed them wasn't Mion. It was me.
俺が殺したも当然なんだ。
圭一君。
I had a chance to stop this tragedy from happening, and yet, I didn't. Cheap curiosity got the better of me, and I didn't. If at the time I had stopped us from sneaking into the ritual storehouse, Rika-chan and the others wouldn't have had to die. If I had, then nothing would have happened. We would be spending our days having lots of fun like we always did.
俺がバカだった。
One thing to note as well is that, like, you have to remember the mental state that Keiichi's in right now, where he is tired, hasn't gotten enough sleep, isn't eating well. He just got told a very heartwarming story, I guess, or a very or a story to make him empathize with Mion. And now she's kind of blaming him for this. She's kind of like turning the blame on him. She's like, look, I had to do it. It's my responsibility. And Keiichi's like, fuck. Well, I had to like it's my fault because I didn't stop them. But you have to remember that Keiichi tried for like 5 minutes to stop them from going in. He's like, we shouldn't go in there. It's a very bad idea, right? He tried that for a little while. Then they try to convince him to go in with them. And be like, hey, well, why don't you join us? There's gonna be fun stuff in there. Aren't you at least a little bit curious? And he's like, well, yes, I'm curious, but it's still a really bad thing to do, right? Like, it's a sacred storehouse. It's a horrible thing to do. It's a horrible, like, idea. And then they convinced him anyways. But it took a lot of convincing. Like Keiichi didn't want to. Keiichi didn't want to go in there, and he still did it. Also, Witch, thanks so much for the sub. You really don't have to. I appreciate it, but you really don't have to. Anyway, Keiichi at least tried to stop them, and then after being convinced, he still tried to stop himself. Despite this, he still went in. So you can see like what kind of like a master manipulator Mion is. Because right now she's kind of trying to get them on her side. Irena, all Irena has to do is just stand her ground. But Keiichi is a lot more empathetic and stupid. And he's tired and hungry. So he's kind of like just very emotional and very easy to manipulate right now. That's why he feels like this. That's why he's blaming himself for all of this. At least that's what I assume. That's why I assume he's doing this. And that's why he feels like he's a fucking idiot for letting them die. When, I mean, it's technically not his fault. One thing to note as well is that they didn't need to replace the padlock with something cheap. They could have used, like, you know, maybe a stronger padlock instead of just a simple one with a key, right? There's padlocks out there that aren't, like, you know, made of solid steel that weigh like 3 tons, you know, or like a few tenths of like, or sorry, a few kilos or anything. So it's like at this point, it's kind of more on like the mayor for being like, well, here's a super cheap padlock. Rika can lift a fucking giant hoe for an entire dance, but she can't like hold open the lock to like open a storage. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm rambling now. But let's continue. Just know that, like, Keiichi right now is being an idiot again. And he's letting his emotions get the best of him. If by shedding tears I could take it all back, then I would have filled up the room with them. However, such a meager act wouldn't be enough to redeem myself for the crime I've committed.
ケイちゃんは何も悪くないよ。
Mion gently began to speak to me as if trying to reason with me.
私は園崎家の当主として手を下さなければならなかったけど、園崎家の歴史なんか 今にして思えば大したものじゃない。そんなもの全部投げ出しても、私は仲間を救うべきだったのかもしれない。私がそんなものに屈したから、あの二人を殺してしまった。それは他でもない、私、園崎美音が殺したということ。私には、踏みとどまる100億の瞬間があった。でも踏みとどまらなかった。安易に自らの役割に屈し、仲間のために戦うことを放棄してしまった。だからこれは私の罪。私が殺した。園崎美音がこの手で殺してしまった。それは何ら変わらない。何も
Her masochistic laughter was sad, especially because Mion boasted in club that she would turn the tables on whatever predicaments presented themselves. It was so painful.
でもみーちゃんは自分の意志で一人だけ救ったんだね。
え？
As I looked at her surprised, Elena stuck her finger right at my forehead.
圭一くんだけを殺さなかった。こんなにも強い力を持つみーちゃんなら造作もなかったろうに。でも殺さなかったんだよね。
That's right. Mion was so cunning that nobody could stand up to her, even in our club. If she had seriously tried to kill me, I would have been dealt with on the very first night. So many people had been sacrificed, but I was always left out in the cold. When did I first realize it? Even though people were disappearing one after the other, for some reason, I had this vague belief that only I would be left alive.
さて、どうして殺さなかったのかね。
Can you take a guess as to why she didn't kill him? She's probably about to say it, but my guess would be because of course she likes him. A lot.
鬼の私にゃ見当もつかないわ。ミオンの方に殺したくない都合でもあったんじゃないの？
それはどういう意味だよ。
Shh. Mion put a finger to her lips to say that Rena didn't need to talk.
大石は外で待ってんの？
うん。
逃げ場は？
ない。ぐるっと囲んでるって言ってた。無線でたくさんの車が来てるみたいだったよ。みーちゃん家の広い敷地を全部囲んでると思う。
Mion fell silent. Rena's merciless words felt cruel. But they weren't meant to be. Maybe they were trying to lessen her good friend's pain, if only by a little. Maybe they were considerate, like she was trying to help.
自首しよう。
Mion didn't open her mouth, but she smiled just a little.
私たちも一緒に行くよ。親友を一人きりになんか絶対にしない。
泣くことレナには勝てないわ。
She rose, scratching her head. Her face had returned entirely to that of the usual Mion.
自分で自分の罪、どのくらいになるかよくわかってる。たとえ自首が認められても、多分もうここに帰ってくることもないと思う。
I couldn't say anything. The number of deaths Mion was involved in was just too large. So much so that maybe recommending that she turn herself in was, in a way, extremely cruel.
だから最後にわがままを聞いてほしいな。
何かな。
30分でいいから、ケイちゃんと二人きりにしてほしい。
30 minutes with me. Uh-oh. Huh? My name suddenly came up, and it looked like I was the only one surprised about that.
圭一くん、どうかな。圭一くんが嫌なら無理にとは言えない。
そうだね。嫌ならそれでもいいよ。私は鬼だもの。ケイちゃんはよそから引っ越してきた正真正銘の人間。相入れることなんてお社様が実在して仲介してくれない限り絶対にない。
There was no reason for me to hesitate. Mion had been engulfed by a heavy, unopposable tradition. The one who had forced her to kill her friends with her own hands, that was me and me alone. In fact, with me cornered, it would have been okay for her to blame me. However, Mion didn't say one word of blame. Far from it. I was guilty of the same crime and she let me go. Amidst the fate she could not oppose, she saved me alone. I didn't know whether I should be thankful for that. Thinking upon it now, I didn't know how much easier it would be if I were to be granted the same punishment as Rika and the others. The only thing I knew for sure was that I had an equal duty to bear the sins that Mion shouldered. So, when it came to Mion's last request, there was no reason for me to hesitate.
ああ、いいぜ。
ありがとう。
私からもありがとうを言うよ、ケイチ君。
Rena stood up. It looked like she would keep her promise with Mion and leave.
あ、いいよレナ。ここで待っててくれれば。ケイちゃんとは庭をぐるりと回りたいだけだから。退屈だったら私の部屋へ行けばいい。漫画とか好きに読んでていいよ。あ、なんだったらお気に入りの単行本丸ごと持ってってもいい。
嫌だよ。みーちゃんの本はみーちゃんのものだもの。勝手にレナの家に持って帰れない。
あんたはこんな時に限っていい子なんだから。
Mion took Rena's head and rubbed it violently like I always did.
じゃあ行こう、ケイちゃん。
I began to walk after Mion, who headed for the hallway when Rena silently stopped me.
みーちゃんもよろしくね。
ああ、
みーちゃん、もう二度と帰ってこれないって確信してる。
I didn't know much about laws, but with as many deaths as she had been involved in, the chances of her escaping a heavy punishment seemed non-existent.
みーちゃんが短気を起こさないように見張ってね。
Mion might not surrender herself to justice, but instead choose to put an end to things herself. Rena had already thought that far ahead.
ああ、そんなこと絶対にさせないから。
Rena rubbed at her tears, which had fallen without me noticing them.
じゃあ行ってあげて。
I nodded and followed Mion, who had disappeared out the front door. I could clearly hear Rena sobbing from the other side of the paper door. And here we have another background. The van, of all things. It's not a white van either. So that's interesting.
どうしてみーちゃんは鬼なんか継がされちゃったんだろうね。それは仕方のないことだったんだろうね。でもあんまりにもかわいそうだよね。
Something hot burned down my cheeks. They were my tears. I fiercely wiped them away. This was the last of my time I could offer to Mion, so I absolutely didn't want to let her see my tears during it. Mion was already waiting outside the front door. I put on my shoes, tapped my toes against the floor a few times, then left, and Mion timidly came over. Why is she turning all red at a time like this?
腕組んでもいいかな。
It was such a modest request.
別に構わないぞ。
With my permission, her face lit up with glee, like a child being given a toy, and took my arm.
私に腕を組まれたらなんだか緊張しちゃわない？例えば急に関節技を決められちゃうんじゃないかななんて思ったりとか。
姉妹揃って同じことを言うんだな。思わないよ。全然。
Back then, when nothing had gone wrong yet, during those nostalgic days of the bustling commotion at Angel Mort, I counted back and was amazed. It had only been 1 week ago. I had been arm in arm with Shion then too. Linking arms with Mion like this really reminded me that they were twins. How much strength did they put into it? The sensation of their arms, their warmth, and the blood flowing. I could feel that their living sensations were all exactly the same.
シオンもケイちゃんのことが好きだったみたい。
そうなんだ。
If this were a regular conversation, I might have jumped back, red in the face. Right now, though, no matter what I heard, my mind remained at peace.
ミオンとシオンは仲は良かったんだろ？
さあ、どうかな。ケイちゃんは自分の右手と左手は仲がいいと思う？
え？右手と左手？それは仲がいいとか悪いとか、そういう言い方で例えるものじゃないな。
そういう関係だから。仲がいいとか悪いとか、そういう尺度では測れない関係。
That didn't sound like it meant they got along really well.
例えば、利き腕というものがあるように、右手と左手には間違いなく優劣の違いがある。もしも鍋つかみが片方しかなかったら、迷うことなく利き腕にするでしょ？そういう差はあったんじゃないかと思う。だからといって、左手がなくなったっていいなんて思う人は誰もいないはず。そんな、よくわからない関係だね。
多分、それは近くにいすぎるから見えなくなっているだけで、きっととても仲のいいことなんだと思う。俺は一人っ子だから、祭りの前日、ミオンとシオンが二人してじゃれ合っているのを、すごく羨ましいと思った。
ないものねだりじゃないの？双子なんて、昔は人をからかったりして、そこそこに面白かったけど、こうして互いがはっきりと異なる個性を持った今では、かえって邪魔なだけ。
Were they cursed? Or were they self-conscious? The relationship was hard to understand for an outsider. Maybe that wasn't an issue someone like me should intrude on. Just staying silent and nodding gently was the best way to advance the conversation. Mion passed through the wide yard and invited me into the big, desolate forest we'd seen on the way in. Such a big forest was part of their property, so I couldn't help but feel small.
でかい森だな。子供の頃はいい遊び場だったんじゃないのか？
Mion seemed to be silently reminiscing. I couldn't look into her mind, but she was probably thinking back to those fun days when they played as sisters without any antagonism. Every time the wind blew, it caressed the treetops and the leaves, making a swish, murmuring sound. Mion remained silent for a long time, thinking back on her younger sister, whom she had gotten rid of with her own hands. There was no need for me to get a word in. Just walking like this, arm in arm, was enough. Mion suddenly stopped and turned.
シオンは、まだ生きてる。
本当か？
Mion took a hard look into my eyes, then nodded quietly.
誰よりもむごたらしい死に方をさせてやろうとずっと考えて閉じ込めておいたけど、今日までその方法はとうとう思いつかなかった。
Mion sounded as though she hated Shion, but also, deep down, she didn't completely detest her. So I took my other hand and rustled Mion's hair with it. Mion didn't only save me, she saved Shion too. Mion may become an ogre and led many people to their deaths, but she fought against it and was able to save 2 people. As I petted Mion, she narrowed her eyes in an entranced smile and untangled her arm from mine. Then Mion quietly said,
来て。私の罪のすべてを見てほしいから。でもそれはケイちゃんにとってこの上なく辛い光景かもしれない。
I could sense it. There I would probably find all the sacrifices up until now. Looking at them, would that mean accepting Rika-chan and Satoko's deaths? As well as accepting that my best friend had done it.
すでに起こり、終わってしまった事実だけれども、ケイちゃんは見ないことを選んでもいい。そうならば、ここで待っていて。私の手で、すべて終わらせるから。
I was taken aback by how ominous that sounded. I remembered what Rena had told me. Mion might not surrender herself to justice, but choose to put an end to things herself. I couldn't leave her on her own. Besides, I agreed to her last request, didn't I? Even if it was hard for me to accept, I'll still do it. Even if I avoided looking, it was something that had already happened.
何を見たって。俺にとっての園崎美音は最高の親友だ。それは変わらない。一生。
The treetops softly swayed in the wind.
あんたもレナも、どうしてこんな時ばかりかっこよくなるんだろうね。
Normally I'd say something rude right back at her, evading the question, but today I didn't. I just answered with a smile. At last, Mion started walking. Into the thick forest, into the deepest part. After following a thin path that looked like an animal trail for a while, we finally came across a steep incline with a tunnel that reminded me of a coal mine or a bomb shelter. We were surrounded by shallow hills. It had been created in a spot not visible from the outside. There were many silhouettes of crows in the trees here and there. The abnormal odor I'd been smelling for a while was doubtlessly escaping from inside this place.
引き返すなら今だよ。ケイちゃんの中の園崎美音がどんな人かは知らないけれど、中に入れば、その美音はきっと。
変わらない。何度だって言う。園崎美音は俺の最高の親友だ。
私はただの鬼だから、もう人間の気持ちはわからないけれど。ミオンがあんたを好きになったの、よくわかる気がする。
他人事のように言うな。お前はミオンだ。鬼じゃない。血の通った人間で、俺の仲間なんだ。
Mion made a gesture like she was wiping tears from her eyes, then placed a hand on the big door of the tunnel entrance. The lock on it was dauntingly strong-looking. It seemed to demand the appropriate resolution from whoever would enter, just like the ritual storehouse. When the double doors opened, a stifling, rotten air and a bunch of winged insects came rushing out. I remembered accidentally killing a hermit crab a long time ago by leaving its tank out in the porch, or on the porch, and how intense the odor it left was. If that was the smell of a corpse, then that's certainly what this smelled like. Inside it was pitch black, but Mion flicked a switch that turned on a light bulb, illuminating the interior. The path turned into a series of intricate wooden tunnels. We passed spaces that looked like they were for storage. We passed places that looked like someone had lived there. And all this indicated that it had been used as a bomb shelter and stockpile during the war. It didn't give an impression of a dugout bomb shelter that had just been left there, though. There was a sense of dignity, as though this were a second Sonosuke house constructed underground. Despite being in pitch darkness below the ground, the voices of the cicadas were entering through an air hole somewhere, giving it a very mysterious feel.
細工殿の中、見たよね。あの拷問道具の山を。あれはすべて鬼ヶ淵村の厳しい戒律を守るために作られたものだった。戒律を破った者を見せしめにむごたらしく殺してみせる。
大昔の話だろ。
本来は見せしめの儀式。渡流しは御三家が取り仕切る儀式だったんだけど、君吉家と古出家の衰退、そして時代の変化によって行うことはとても難しくなった。
そりゃそうだな。この現代日本で犠牲者をのんびりと沢でばらして殺せるなんて思えない。
だから園崎家は作ったの。現代でも綿流しの儀が行えるように、秘密の場所を。
Mion opened a large, strikingly different door. And inside was none other than a modern storehouse for ritual implements.
いろいろあるでしょ。一部のものは実際に西宮殿から運び込まれたものなんだよ。
All of the things there had been rusty and covered in dust, so they didn't seem that real. But the things in here were different. Every one of them had been well maintained and kept in a state that they could be used right away. Blades gleamed and spikes were sharpened. Also, perhaps as a precaution for the splatter of blood, the walls and ceiling were covered in the kind of tiling you would see in bathrooms. And there was even a drain set amidst a slight slope on the floor. Oh, like a surgery room, or like a morgue, maybe. There was also a coiled rubber hose along the wall attached to a faucet, perhaps for cleaning up the splattered blood.
大昔の当主の書き物によるとね、血のしぶきってのは犠牲者に負担をかけない割にはインパクトがあるんだってさ。綿流しは見せしめのショーだったから、私のご先祖様たちは様々なショーを考案してたんだよ。
she said that, Mion pointed deeper into the torture room, to a spot veiled in darkness. There was surprisingly a room floored with tatami mats, and in the corner was a pile of
鑑
cushions.
賞席なんだよ。綿流しは見せしめのショーだから。客がいなきゃ意味がない。
Right. I couldn't speak and I couldn't think of anything to say anyway. Except that if Mion revealing all of this to me made her heart feel any lighter, then I was prepared to listen for as long as I needed to.
みんなここで私が殺した。見てくれている観客はいなかったけど、私は綿流しを上手にやってみせた。いや、観客は一人だけいたかな。
観客？
私という鬼がミオンの執り行う綿流しをずっと見てたから。
Mion cackled in self-depreciation. Oh, sorry, deprecation, not depreciation. It wasn't a nice sounding laugh.
向こうが牢屋。
シオンはそこにいるのか？
She nodded slightly. Mion's Watanagashi had ended today. I needed to tell Shion that I was safe without a moment's delay. After all, she was probably trembling in fear at this very moment, worrying about when she would be killed. The ostentatious door on the other side opened, revealing what must have been an incredibly expansive space based on the echo it made. Mion groped around in the darkness, and a handful of naked light bulbs came on here and there. As my eyes adjusted, more and more of the great cave showed itself in the faint light. The walls were bare rock surface, and it felt so savage that bomb shelter was the most apt term for it. There were small barred rooms built here and there, like holes made by insects biting their way through a giant piece of fruit. It was immediately clear that each one of them was a prison.
みんなはどこにいるんだ？リカちゃんやサトコは。
したい？
I grimaced at her having said it so outright.
ああ、そうだ。いつまでも暗い中じゃかわいそうだろ。
虫が湧くと嫌だったから井戸に捨てちゃったよ。ごめん。
So I can't even see their faces in death. Once again, my feelings of regret at having confessed everything to Rika-chan came surging forth. If Mion hadn't attached the word sorry to the end of what she said, I might have punched her. Calm down, Keiji. You said it yourself. No matter what, Mion is your greatest friend.
ああ、言ったさ。
I needed to hear myself say it out loud. Then came the clattering of bars in one of the cells deeper in. When I noticed it, I looked up as well.
シオン！
I thought he wasn't gonna say it.
シオンか！
ケイちゃんなの。
I ran over to the cell. White hands were peeking out through the gaps in the bars. It really was her.
大丈夫か？シオン！怪我はしていないのか？
Shion's face twisted out of shape as she screamed. It was because Mion had appeared right behind me. Of course, Shion didn't know that everything was over yet.
落ち着け、シオン。もう全部終わったんだ。全部。
I spoke in as calm as a voice as I could manage to try to soothe the agitated Shion. However, it didn't seem like it was getting through her screams.
シオン、ご機嫌はいかがだった？もういや、もう誰の死を見るのも嫌。私が憎いなら早く私を殺してよ。憎いのは私なんでしょ。早く殺して、殺して。おね
落ち着けってシオン。もう終わったんだよ。大丈夫なんだ。だから落ち着け。
Shion, who was screaming and rattling the iron bars back and forth, was truly in a frantic state. I give a slight shrug of resignation, giving way to Mion. I had realized that if Mion was the one who locked her in here, and if Mion was the only one who had scared Shion this much, then Mion was also the only one who could put an end to this. Mion spoke from over my shoulder, quietly.
安心しなよ。あんたは殺さない。まだまだ殺さないんだから。
She burst out into a bizarre laugh, as if trying to make Shion's madness even worse. Shion broke out into a fierce shiver, brought on by that laugh, and rattled the iron bars as she wailed.
古式にのっとり、獅子の先端から少しずつガリゴリと削ってミンチにしてやる。あの肉引き器はあんたのために取っておいてあるんだからね。それともそれでケイちゃんをミンチにしてみせた方があんたには面白いかな。
おい、いい加減にしろ。今さら怖がらせてどうするんだよ。ダメ、ケイちゃん逃げて。
I try to rebuke Mion for flinging terrible words at her this late in the game, but when I turned around, Mion's mouth, so much that it was hard to believe, had twisted into a shape even thinner than a crescent moon. It was a smile. I could sense it like a jolt of electricity. The person here wasn't my best friend Mion. It wasn't the Mion Sonosuke who had been tossed about by her heavy duty of succeeding the Sonosuke family either. Then, who was she? I saw sparks flying before my eyes like what happens when you get hit in the back of the head. The strength of my body drained instantly, and my head suddenly became heavy. My knees buckled under the temptation and hit the floor. Then my whole body abruptly collapsed. My face should have hit the floor, but it was comfortable, as if I had fallen onto a down-filled futon. My consciousness reeled, then receded. It was a kind of sensation like if you took a nap in the car, but you were still half awake, and couldn't listen to your parents talking as if they were far away. No, you wouldn't be listening. You would only be hearing it. It was happening so far away, and the conversation was completely unrelated to you, so you would have no interest in it. So whether Shion was yelling in my ear or Mion was in vulgar hysterics, I didn't think it annoying, nor did it interest me.
さて、どんな方法で料理してやろうかね。そうだ、釘台なんかどうかな。あのちびがき二人組に試したかったんだけど、手が小さくて高速台にサイズが合わなかったからね。あれにしよう、あれにしよ
う。Mion helped me up from behind and dragged me across the floor. The soles of my feet scraped on it, and one of my shoes fell off. Shion's emotions exploded outward, and she burst into bitter weeping. As if her crying had whetted Mion's interest, she flung me down and returned to the prison cell again.
あんたも可愛い声で泣けるじゃない。あんたのわざとらしい空威張りには虫唾が走ってたんだけど。
ミオン姉さん、お願いです。私をどういう風に殺しても構いませんから、どうかケイちゃんだけは見逃してあげてください。お願いです。
Shion had always acted as though she were a cut above her older sister. That Shion, in such a miserable voice that I couldn't have imagined it during those peaceful times, prostrated herself before the older sister she used to scoff at and pleaded forgiveness. Mion looked down with an expression of cool indifference, one that was plainly smiling with joy.
あんたの希望なんか聞くつもりは全然なかったんだけど、あんたがあまりにも面白い声で泣くものだから、なんだか聞いててやってもいいような気がしてきたかな。思えばあんたには姉らしいこと何にもしてやれなかったからね。
はい、ありがとうございます。
じゃあさ、これまでのことを謝ってみせてよ。そうしたら私もこれまでのことをすっかり水に流してあげてもいいかな。そうしたらケイちゃんだけは見逃してあげなくもないよ。
Mion said she might let me go, but she never said anything about letting Shion go. Before long, Shion got on her hands and knees behind the bars and began to speak weak words of apology. They were too faint for me to hear, but their intention got across. Despite having watched her with a magnificently jubilant expression, Mion kicked the bars and declared she was unsatisfied.
そんなので私の積年の恨みつらみが償えると思ってるわけ？こんなんじゃダメだね。やっぱりケイちゃんからひき肉だ。いやー！待って姉様！もう一度だけ。
Mion stopped and waved her hand in resignation. Not because she had grown impatient, but only because she was taking delight in abusing Shion.
ろくろく満足に謝れないあんただからね。特別にお姉が心に届く謝罪の仕方ってのを教えてあげるよ。一度しか教えないし、一言一句でも間違えたらアウト。いいね。
ありがとうございます。お姉さん。
Shion's miserable voice cried out, having become utterly hoarse. The sensation tearing through my chest returned a little at a time. I realized it was feelings of anger bubbling up. I was slowly regaining control of my body. However, I was only able to feel my skin and my blood flowing at the moment. I still couldn't voluntarily move my fingers.
ちゃんと覚えられたかな？ではやってごらん。誠心誠意、鉄頭鉄尾、心を込めてね。ちゃんとできたなら、あんただけを殺してあげるから。
はい。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
Something was strange. Something had become strange at some point. Until just a few moments ago, I was sure this had been Neon, but at some point, she had become someone else. The Mion I knew well would never do something so nasty like enjoy trampling all over someone's dignity like this.
さ、やってごらん。お姉ちゃんはちゃんと聞いててあげるから。
その崎シオンは。
When I ran over to Shion's cell earlier, the real thing been swapped out with a fake right behind me. Anyway, this couldn't possibly be Mion.
その崎シオンはミオン姉様の足元にも及ばない下船で 癒やしいメス豚でございます。身の程をわきまえず蓮様に働いた数々のプレーを思います。
ほらほら、その調子。少しは許してあげようかなって気になってきたよ。
Blood circulated through my whole body. My numb senses were returning. Just a little more. While Shion is still holding Mion's, no, that thing pretending to be Mion's attention. Hurry up.
生意気だったこれまでを反省し、一生ミオ姉様に忠誠を誓います。ですから
Mion's burst of laughter echoed throughout the big cave, growing to a terrifying level. That was not the laugh of someone who was alive in this world. It was none other than the laugh of an ogre from the bowels of the earth. She laughed from her stomach until she grew tired of it, and stopped smiling suddenly, as if snipping a wire.
いいよ、もう。十分面白かったわ。あんたがそこまでプライドを捨てられるとは思わなかったから。十分に愉快。
Mion began to drag me again after I finally got the feeling in my body back, and pulled me towards the torture chamber.
姉様、殺すのは私だけ。その人許してあげ。
安心しなって。ちゃんとあんたは殺してあげるよ。ケイちゃんの悲鳴をたっぷりと聞かせた後にね。
After dragging me to the torture chamber, she skillfully strapped me into the restraining table. Before I knew it, I was sprawled out and bound. She forced open my hands, with which I couldn't even make a satisfying fist, and tightly restrained each one of my fingers. She fastened only my hands and my fingers at that, tightly, with hinges, and locked them in place. The door to the big cave with the jails had been left open, so I could hear Shion's cries of mortification the entire time.
聞こえるかい、シオン。これから始めるよ。ケイちゃんの若い悲鳴をたっぷりと楽しみな。
いい加減にしろ。
The feeling in my body returned, and the first action I took was to tell off that thing that looked like Mion.
ようやくお目覚め。私、さっき嘘をついたね。シオンを一番むごたらしく殺してやろうと思って閉じ込めておいたけど、まだ思いつかないって言ったやつ。あれが嘘。
Yeah, if that wasn't obvious, by the way. Yeah, like, it was obviously a lie. Mion brought over something like a toolbox. Without ruining the immersion too much, do remember that one of the torture methods that they used, or one thing that Keiichi kind of came to a conclusion of, was they're slowly killing everyone we care about to make our death the most painful as possible. And we're what Shion cares the most about. And her death is about to be even more painful than ours. From inside it, she removed a large metal hammer, and next to that she began to line up what looked like long, strangely shaped nails, whose ends had been turned into hooks, like the kind you see on a harpoon.
あの子に自分のせいで死ぬ大勢の人の悲鳴をたっぷりと聞かせて、体の芯まで染み通らせてから殺すの。なかなかセンスいいでしょ。
お前は誰だ？
は？ミオンでしょ？園崎ミオン。恐怖で頭が変になっちゃった？
違うな。お前が園崎ミオンであるはずがない。
Mion snorted and continued her preparations for the horrifying torture.
へえ。じゃあ私がミオンじゃなかったら私は誰なわけ？
鬼だ。
え？
お前はミオンじゃない。さっきまで一緒だったミオンを返せ。
ケイちゃん、本当に頭は大丈夫？恐怖で頭がどうかなっちゃった？
触るな！この鬼め！返せ！ミオンを返せよ！俺の最高の友人だった！ミオンを返せ！
Mion stood there for a few moments, with her jaw hanging open, not having expected me to say that. I myself knew that I was about to go insane. I knew that it was nonsense to demand Mion's return when she was right in front of me. But this person in front of me couldn't possibly have been Mion. There was no way I could accept that. So, this is what I thought. Mion really had been possessed by an ogre, and was controlling Mion as if it were a separate personality. Mion was just a victim being manipulated by it. The evil one was really this thing. And it all had to be the doing of this ogre possessing her. When Mion heard that, she started to guffaw, laughing so hysterically that she started to cough and almost choked.
あんたって本当におめでたい人だね。園崎ミオンに殺されようとしているこの瞬間に目の前の私を否定するわけ？こんな面白い人が世の中にいるなんて初めて知ったわ。
笑いたければ好きなだけ笑え。だがお前が何を言おうと俺はお前がミオンだなんて認めない。ミオンを返せ。退け鬼め！
ケイちゃん、私を笑い涙で溺れ殺すつもり
No matter what, I wouldn't lose to that laughter of hers. I shouted loudly. I shouted from the bottom of my heart so that the real Mion, trapped inside the Mion I saw in front of me, would be able to hear.
頑張れミオン！こんな鬼畜生に負けるな！本当に強いお前の力を見せてくれ
The tears welled up and flooded down her face. Her hands were busy with the restraints, so she couldn't even wipe them. She just let them flow.
頼むよミオン！ミオン！どこでお前はこんな鬼に負けちまったんだ！お前はこんな弱いやつじゃないだろ！負けるな！戦え！戦え！
Mion, desperately enduring her laughter, pressed one of the long nails to the tip of my left pinky. In her left hand was a hammer. At her side were dozens more nails. I could tell what she was about to do, though I wish I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't afford to be scared. That was why I shouted.
お腹の筋肉がよじれて痛いよ。もういい？そろそろ始めるよ。 いい声を出してね。これはケイちゃんへの拷問である以上にシオンへの拷問なんだからさ。
どうしてこんなことに。ミオン。
Then I wept. Only sobs came out. They weren't an acceptance of the torture about to be performed, however. They were tears of regret that Mion had lost to the ogre. Yet, a small change did occur in the Mion in front of me. Her heightened excitement was draining little by little. By the time I'd realized it, the one in front of me had returned to being Mion.
ケイちゃん、メイドの土産なんて気の利いたものじゃないけれど、どうしても知りたがっているようだから、一つだけ教えてあげるよ。
I didn't know if this was Mion, or just a display of momentary humanity the ogre had recovered.
私の中に鬼が宿ったのはずいぶん前。その鬼は私を蝕み、強行に駆り立てようとした。だけれど私は、それを理性で押さえつけた。鬼はそれで収まり、私はその鬼はどこかへ行ってしまったんだと思い込んでいた。でも、本当は違った。私の中から出て行ったんじゃなく、私の中で眠っていただけだったの。
I noticed that there were tears forming in her eyes.
その鬼は、ある小さなことをきっかけに、また目覚めてしまった。それは、何に原因があったと思う？
There was a sad and yet reproachful light in Mion's eyes.
わかる？
I don't know what gave the ogre the chance to beat Mion.
鬼の私が教えるのも変だけれど。
It was love, Keiichi.
あんたが全てを狂わせてしまった元凶。
The tears welling up in her eyes spilled downwards all of a sudden.
あの時、あんたがもらった人形を躊躇なく私に渡していたなら、全ては狂い出さなかったかもしれない。
The doll I got. That doll that I got when we had our club meeting at the toy store that Sunday.
ケイちゃんには理解できないだろうね。理解できなくて当然。だけどね、そこからドミノ倒しみたいに、パタパタパタと、いろんなものが倒れ始めて。はじめの小さな一つを倒したあなたに自覚がないのは当然だろうけど、あなたが元凶なの。
そんな、俺が。
あんたがミオンを泣かさなかったら、私は起きなくて済んだのにね。これで十分、メイドの土産は。
Steak that I'd made on that day was what messed everything up.
そんな、嘘だろ。
自覚がないのは当然。でも、紛れもなく元凶なのはケイちゃん。あの時、あんたがさりげなく人形を私にあげていたら、多分こんなことにはならなかったと思う。
I didn't mean to cut her off like this, but anyway. I wanted to say, like I just remembered something, as I recalled that day. Irena told me about that, and I thought I had apologized. I didn't apologize to Mion, though. It had been Shion. In other words, God, I hadn't said a single word of apology to Mion. Today, I came to this house saying I had something to apologize for, but I never said a word of apology about this. Come to think of it, when I apologized for going into the ritual storehouse, Mion looked a little bit lonely, like she was disappointed. Why didn't I realize that until just now? But Anna told me at a time, and now she herself, no, the ogre was telling me, is the only way for a dense idiot like me to be cured, to die altogether. I could no longer hold back the hot tears pouring out of me. I simply just cried and cried, and reflected indifferently on the taste of my tears, on the taste of regret.
じゃあそろそろいい？この拷問はね、とてもシンプル。左手の小指の先端の節に釘を打つ。順に親指まで打ったらまた小指に戻って、今度は真ん中の節に釘を打つ。この調子で15本の釘で左手を打ちつける。それが終わったら次は右手。それが終わったら次は、まだ意識があったら教えるね。指先ってたくさんの神経が集まってるから、ケイちゃんが想像するよりもはるかに痛いよ。両手30本を打ち終える前に失神しちゃう人もいるそうだから。
Mion pressed the tip of the nail onto my left pinky finger. My wrists, my arms, all the joints of my fingers were strapped in so tightly it hurt. I couldn't even twitch.
他の人を拷問する時には何のためらいもなかったけど、なぜかあんたにはためらいがあるよ。
それでミオンの鬼が収まるなら。
If it will say to the ogre, then do to me what you will.
あんた、本気で言ってるの？
俺が傷つけたミオンの痛みに比べれば、こんなの大したことないんだろ。気の済むようにするといい。その代わり、2つ約束しろ。
Mion was silent. She did, however, wait for me to speak.
俺を気が済むまで痛めつけたら、シオンは許してやれ。西宮殿に忍び込んだ罪には、それで十分見合う仕打ちをしたはずだ。
あんた、この後に及んで自分よりシオンの心配ができるわけ？
もう一つは、気が済んだらもうお前は消えろ。その体をミオンに返してやってくれ。それだけだ。
あんたって人には命乞いをするとか、そういう考えは思い浮かばないの？
約束、2つじゃなくて3つにしていいか。3つ目は、俺を殺すなにしてくれ。
最初に2つって言ったでしょ。だからもうダメ。
そいつは残念。
In such an abnormal situation, Mion and I laughed quietly together, as if sharing in a stupid joke.
多分、私は約束を守らないよ。鬼だから。
その時は仕方がないさ。
I recalled tightening my hands into fists when enduring the pain at the dentist's office. Right now, though, they were opened all the way to my fingertips, so I couldn't even grip them. So instead, I tightened my toes. Okay. Do it. I've prepared myself already, so do it. You waiting like this to hammer the nails in is scarier. It's going to diminish my readiness after all. Mion put down the hammer and gently stroked my cheek.
ケイちゃん。
Oh, hold on. Okay. I thought my stream crashed for a second. Anyway.
今の3つ目の願いだけは聞いてもいいよ。
My third wish. To save me. She'll agree to it?
1つ目の願い。シオンを救うこと。これはもう無理。シオンは鬼が殺してしまう。
それはもう決められたことだから止められない。だから諦めて。
Her delicate fingers slipped from my cheek to my chin.
そして2つ目の願い。この体をミオンに返すこと。これももう無理。今日を境に、ミオンが戻ってくることはもうない。今日以降、もし私の姿があったとしても、それは姿だけ。私の姿をした鬼だから。
そんなことはない。ミオンはミオンだ。もう戻ってこないなんて悲しいことを言うな。
聞こえる？あの音。
Mion gently closed her eyes and listened. I definitely heard it as well. It was a dull noise that repeated at fixed intervals. A low noise accompanied by vibrations. A lot of people were ramming the iron doors to this underground ritual storehouse.
帰りが遅いから、レナが大石を呼んだんでしょ。あのぼやーっとした感じの子が、こんなに頭が回るのだけは計算外だったな。
それについては同感だよ。
Mion grinned like she'd been outwitted, and took something that looked like an electric razor out of her pocket. When she pressed the switch, pale blue sparks flew out with a snapping noise.
見たことないでしょ？本物のスタンガンだよ。違法品なんで、かなり出力が上げられるようになってるけどね。
さっき、俺に食らわせたのはそれか。子供のおもちゃには向かねえぞ。
Is that technically like the airsoft that she has on her right now? Is it supposed to be a stun gun? Or has it been established that that one's like a prop, like airsoft gun? Because I don't think it has. But either way, it'll probably be explained later if so.
そうだね。
She seemed to want to use the stun gun on me. Unable to move, I felt her press the cool lump of the metal to my neck. I heard a roar as though they'd broken down the first large door. The halls were a bit complex, but aside from the door to this very torture chamber, there was nothing in their way.
殺さないけど、しばらくケイちゃんにはお休みしててもらうね。すぐに大石が来てくれるから、ちょっとの我慢。
Feeling the same shock as before, gritting my teeth wasn't going to help much, but I clenched them tightly anyway. However, just as she did when she was about to hammer the nails in, she hesitated a little. I cracked open my tightly closed eyelids.
ごめんね。ミオンを怪我して。
ここに入る前に約束した。何があっても、俺の中のミオンは変わらない。
でも忘れて。今日以降、もしも私を見かけても、それは、私の屍に取り付いた鬼なんだから。
What are you talking about? Just as I tried to say that, a much stronger light than before shined, and like a television being switched off, my consciousness went black. June 1983. A string of disappearances occurred in Hinamizawa Village, Shishibune City, so-and-so prefecture. The suspect is Mion Sonozuki, so-and-so years old. She's suspected to have kidnapped 5 Hinamizawa residents between June 19 and June 21st. Oryu Sonosuke, Shion Sonosuke, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi, Rika Furude, and Satoko Hojo. Imprisoned them and killed them. Preliminary investigations on the incident were delayed at the time due to insufficient evidence, but it was resolved coincidentally and shockingly. On the morning of the 23rd, a vehicle patrolling the Sonosuke property heard screams from inside and rushed in as an emergency measure. They secured the suspect's missing younger sister, Shion Sonosuke, and her 2 missing classmates, Keiichi and Rena. The suspect fled the scene. Deep in the detached basement of the Sonosuke property, which is believed to have been used to kill those who disappeared, we discovered hair flakes of skin, blood, etc. of the other 4 missing persons: Oryu Sonosuke, Kichiro Kimiyoshi, Rika Furude, and Satoko Hojo. We concluded that the missing persons were tortured in the torture chamber. However, their remains have still not been found. At one of her imprisoned classmates' advice, we continued searching the detached basement of the Sonosuke property, which was where they were imprisoned, believing that they were there. However, we still have not located them or the suspect's escape route. In addition, investigations are continuing as to her participation in the serial freak death incidents of recent years, thinking it would give some clue. But no evidence that Mion Sonosuke was involved, either directly or indirectly, has been found. There are still many unclear points as to the motive behind the incident, and as those of the Sonosuke family and the residents of Hinamizawa have been extremely uncooperative in assisting us, we expect to require a long time to clarify them. The opinion of a local officer knowledgeable about the region is that The opinion of a local officer knowledgeable about the region is that this may have been a lynching, an internal form of punishing sacrilegious acts carried out against the beliefs of Hinamizawa village. It is clear that these incidents are particularly rooted in this region, and that the prefectural police department has ordered a cautious investigation. We anticipated gaining valuable clues from the missing person believed to have been imprisoned for the longest time, Shion Sonosuke, the suspect's younger sister. But her mind was stricken by the grave after effects of the incident, and she has not been in a state of mind to properly answer any questions about what she knows. The psychiatrist concluded that she is in a temporary state of shock, but it doesn't seem hopeful that she will recover today either. Only a few days passed since that time. After that, I was rescued by Oi-san and his subordinates, whom Rena had called in. Aside from my entirely blank state of mind, I had no external injuries. The most I had was the small burn mark from where the stun gun hit me. As I was having a checkup in the hospital, Oi-san asked me all sorts of things, but I didn't really remember what he asked or how I answered him. From what I heard, surprisingly, Mion still hadn't been captured. There were apparently a great many hallways and smaller rooms extending out from the depths of the prison. It wouldn't be strange if she had fled to one of those and hidden herself. The one fortunate aspect amidst all of the misfortune was that Shion had been safely secured by the police. When I last saw Mion, she seemed like she was going to take me with her and then kill me. She probably didn't have enough time to, though, since Oi-san came running in faster than she predicted. That was the only really fortunate thing to have happened. Of course, the rescued Shion, despite having no external wounds, now had a big, deep wound in her heart. She was in a severe state of confusion when they rescued her, and apparently she bit the police officers trying to resist. From what he heard, she was seeing Mion in everyone she saw, hated not only the hospital, but even her own home, and had shut herself up somewhere in Shishibone, hiding her location. Additionally, in fear that Mion would come for her, she was moving from place to place every day, and even her parents weren't sure where she actually was. Wherever she was living, even now, Shion was spending her days in fear of Mion's shadow. The police were investigating the Sonosuke's underground storehouse at this moment. Since they couldn't find the remains of the other sacrifices, hadn't Mion thrown the corpses into a well? I had a feeling I'd said that to him. That meant a hidden tunnel, vertical like a well, was somewhere in those underground passages. The secret underground, without any maps or architectural drawings, which had swallowed up the remains of Rika and Satoko, and everyone else was still unwilling to speak the truth. I was brought back to the basement again for an on-the-site inspection or something, but I didn't remember being of any help. I never wanted to go back there again. For days afterwards, the Sonosukis living in Okinomiya, in other words, Mion and Shion's parents, the big-name Yakuza, would come to our house to apologize, bringing many of their followers with them. However much my parents refused it, they piled up many 100,000 yen bills, calling it consolation money every day. The amount of money grew each day, and after it had passed 2 million yen, they were then given an envelope containing a letter. I don't know what was written in the letter. My parents talked about it by themselves for 2 whole nights, and decided to move away.
Sokka.
Yeah, it's just Sonozaki. It's not Sonozaki, it's Sonozaki.
引っ越しちゃうんだね。いつ？
来月の終わり。ひなみ沢には結局、半年も居つかなかったことになるな。
寂しくなるね。私一人しか残らない。
Irina smiled sadly. If I just said yeah, I thought it would make her even more lonely, so I changed the subject.
こう考えることがあるんだ。
That's how I broached it. Mion hadn't actually fled, but had been demoned away in the truest sense of the term. Where she went after she disappeared, that we didn't know. What was there where she disappeared to? I had hoped there was a hobby shop dealing in imports, the kind Mion liked. In that place, she would definitely be free from the burdensome fetters of her family, and live not as Mion Sonozaki, but just as Mion, and enjoy herself. Maybe she's already met up with Satoko and Rika-chan. They must also have been waiting for the day Rena and I would join them, spending all of their time doing club activities, as lively as they always were. When I told Rena that, she smiled and nodded to me. The incidents of the Sonozaki family had been trying so hard to hide, too, were exposed to the magazines from this single tiny seam. The serial incidents of recent years were all pulled up like a long vine in the ground one by one, and for many days news of it was brought up on talk and variety shows. The shows, which were comedic and silly, never once tried to touch upon that grim, heavy history that Mion had been bearing. It made me mad to see them bringing this stuff up in jest. But there was nothing I could do about it now. How big an impression would these short few weeks I spent in Hinamizawa have on my life? During these few weeks, I met my best friends and had the best experiences of my life. I would probably never forget it for as long as I lived. As for the distorted image of Mion that the media created, after the masses got tired of treating her like a plaything, they would ball her up, throw her in the trash, and then she would fade from their memories. As one of the few people who knew the real Mion, I must always make sure I remember her. Beyond any doubt, that will surely become my offering to her. The sky reached so far up, and towering cumulonimbus clouds floated through it. The real summer was just before our eyes. Even now, whenever 10 p.m. came around, I would expect a phone call from Shion, or Mion, rather. Now that everything was over, of course, she would never call me. But it was precisely because she wouldn't call me that I was scared. Who would call me this time? Plus, Mion still hadn't been caught. I couldn't say for sure that everything was completely over. On the other side of that fear, though, were my prayers that Mion was safe. When I thought like that, I was able to sleep, even with such terrifying thoughts. The lights were off. Before, her attacking when the lights were off was something that scared me. However, that feeling changed to regret within 2 days. The moonlight filtering through the gap in the curtains shone onto the desk and illuminated a doll. That's right, the doll that I should have given to Mion that day. She said it was an import from England or something. It was all the rage, didn't she? From what Shion said, the most popular among them were the ones wearing the fluffy dress. After being released from the incident, the first place I went to was that toy store. Everything was apparently sold out, besides the things on the storefront displays. I was refused once when they said they wouldn't sell the display products, but when they realized I was survivor A from that incident, they immediately consented. Of course, even if I bought it, I might never have the chance to give it to her again. Even knowing that, I waited for the opportunity to give it to her. I waited like this for the opportunity, with it on my desk, so that I could give it to her at any time. There was a weird noise. It was a noise I wasn't used to hearing. It was too big to be raindrops, and it was completely different from the sound lost bugs make when they ram into fluorescent lights. I figured I must have misheard and nestled back into my futon. The noise happened again. I wasn't hearing things. I definitely heard it. Where was it coming from? I got up and turned on the lights. If there was a second, there would have been a third. From where, though? I listened carefully. In the window. Some sort of pebbles were colliding with my window. When I realized they weren't being blown when I realized they weren't being blown there by the wind, but rather being thrown by a person, I gave a start. I looked at the clock. It was 2 a.m. Who would it be at a time like this? I quietly peeked out front through the gap in the curtains. In the light of the gate, despite it being so late, I saw someone there. They picked up a piece of gravel and threw it at this window. It hit the window and made a plunking noise. Who was it? I caught my breath in surprise. If my eyes weren't deceiving me, that person was Mion. I threw open the window and looked at the figure again. My eyes certainly weren't deceiving me. It was Mion. It was Mion. She was alive. Mion pressed her index finger to her lips and made a motion so that I wouldn't shout. If she hadn't, well, I was nearly about to cry out. Mion was in a very delicate position right now. Even if it was the middle of the night, I shouldn't call out her name. I waved to her, gesturing that I'd be right over, flung over my coat atop my pajamas, and flew out the door. I quickly hit the brakes just before going down the stairs. Although happiness was sprouting within me, I had the sad feeling that this would be our final parting. So I went back to my room again and grabbed the doll. If there was a God, I don't think I would have ever thanked him as much as today. Even if it would be the last time we ever saw each other, I was so grateful for this one chance to give it to her. I slipped into my sandals, unlocked the door, unhooked the chain, leaped out of the house.
Mio!
お久しぶり。どう？元気にしてた？
It was like how we used to meet every morning. Mion waved to me and responded like she always did. It was doubtlessly Mion. It was the real Mion.
お前、こんなところをうろついてて、大丈夫なのか？
本当はいけないよ。
She certainly wasn't acting like she knew the police were following her. It was almost like she was a patient who had gotten tired of staying in the hospital and had snuck out. Her speech was relaxed enough to make me think that, and I couldn't help but be surprised. That relaxation, I thought, was more like Mion, and I was happy for it.
それより、どうしたんだよ。こんな時間に。
最後にお話ししたかったから。
That was when I noticed them. On Mion's forehead were big droplets of sweat. Her expression, too, which I had thought to be a satisfied smile, was upon closer inspection trembling slightly, when I realized that she was forcing it.
私ね。もう、ここにはいられない。
A pained note was beginning to enter her words as well, as if just smiling was a feat for her.
大丈夫か？どこか具合でも。
今日まで頑張ってきたけど自分でもわかるの。もうダメ。もう限界。私のお迎えはもうすぐ後ろまで来てる。
Mion's smile crumbled and started to stiffen. Did she push herself this much to come all this way for me? Her laugh cut off and changed into rough breathing. I reached out to rub her back, but she knocked me away.
大丈夫かよ。もう無理するな。そうだ。俺、ミオンに。
To give you, Mion, this doll. I had wanted to do this one last thing because I knew how little time you had left. But this last thing, it my stomach is burning. Mion took a meat cleaver-like knife and stabbed me, and pushed it in tight, and took it and twisted it. Mion. Hey, it hurts. I cowered on the ground. My stomach was so hot it was almost spewing fire. Mion watched it, then took a few steps back and cackled.
できた！全部できた！私が殺したやつはこれで全員
The last words Mion left me with that day came back to me. Yeah, I don't know how he forgot, but
今日を境にミオンが戻ってくることはもうない。
from today on, even if my body is here, a body is all it will be. By then, the ogre will have taken over. The ogre. The ogre. The ogre. This can't... I thought we had finally been able to meet. This can't... Mion. In a pool of blood of my own design is the doll I bought for Mion, dyed in red. So red. Mion. The good fortune of having been allowed to meet Mion once more, and the misfortune of that meeting being torn apart before my eyes. Should I be grateful? Or curse it? My emotions were neither of those, as my consciousness sunk deep into a black swamp. The doll I bought for Mion, the blood, had ruined it. No matter how I scrubbed and scrubbed, it had needlessly been ruined. Ruined. The sad moon was so white, it looked frozen. June 28th, 1983. A violent incident occurred in Hinamizawa Village, Shishibune City, so-and-so prefecture. The victim was Keiichi Maebara, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. At around 2 a.m., he was stabbed in the stomach with a bladed object by the suspect of the last case, Mion Sorozaki, and was gravely wounded. He was discovered when his parents woke up and was transported to the clinic. He escaped death. The criminal fled the scene. On the same day, at approximately the same time, a fall accident occurred in the Kamishiki apartment complex in Shishibone City, So-and-so Prefecture. The victim was Shion Sorozaki, also a victim of the previous string of disappearances. Late on that same night, neighbors overheard her having a big fight with someone and informed the manager. The manager used the master key to enter the room and discovered that the victim had fallen from her 8th floor balcony to her death. The room had been torn apart and appeared to show traces of a fight. One neighbor has frequently visited the Sorozaki house for a long time and testified that he heard what sounded just like two sisters having a fight, trading insults back and forth. We believe this was related to the injury case that occurred on the same day in Hinamizawa village, perpetrated by said incident suspect. A thorough search of the room, by the incident suspect, and did a thorough search of the room, but we could not find any traces that would imply that anyone but the victim was present. The victim fell straight into the foliage of a parking strip. Her neck broke and she died immediately. Her clothing was disheveled and had markings that would imply a scuffle. We also believe, however, that it could have been an insanity-induced suicide attempt based on the particular mental state of the victim after the incident. We are conducting a thorough examination on both fronts, suicide and homicide.
本当に5分だけですからね。刺激しないようにしてください。心得ていますよ。
The door opened, and as I expected, Oishi-san came in.
どうも前原さん。
Okay, so Keiichi did manage to live. I didn't misread that. I thought I misread him escaping death.
ご無沙汰しておりますね。その後、お加減はいかがですか？
医者が言うには術後の回復は順調だそうですが、あんたの顔を見たらまた傷が悪くなりそうです。
なこりゃ手厳しい。
As Oishi-san gave me a laugh that smelled of sweat. He handed Mom a bag of assorted candies he must have purchased from the souvenir corner at the first floor of the hospital.
すみません、お母さん。ほんのしばらく圭一君とお話しする時間をいただいてもよろしいですか？
Mom clearly wasn't pleased at the thought of a police officer talking to her son without her there. However, I insisted.
母さん、悪いけど、ほんのちょっとだけ。5分でいいから。
Though grudgingly, Mom left the room. When she closed the door, Oishi-san grinned widely and looked around the room.
個室なんていい身分ですね。うちのばあさまなんかいっつも相部屋ですよ。
Speaking of, right, this is a new scene. I almost forgot. So it's a new background.
So そりゃもう賑やかなことで、ああいうところじゃ病気の重さが一つのステータスになるらしいんですよ。より重病な患者ほど偉いというか威張っているというか。
大石さん、5分ですよ。できればこれが本当に最後の5分にしてほしいものです。俺はもうひなみ沢とは関係ないし、ここももうひなみ沢じゃない。
沖宮には総合病院はありませんからね。椅子よろしいですかな。ゆっくらしゅっと。
It was a large university hospital in Shishibone City. It was splendidly urban, entirely different from the likes of Hinamizawa and Okinomiya. It was hard to believe that Hinamizawa was a part of the same city.
転任はいつ頃になりそうですか？
さあ、俺的にはいつでも OK なんですけどね。
Our moving plans were delayed a little because of my serious injury. My parents had already left the house in Hinamizawa though, and we were living in our new one. They planned to have me transferred hospitals to be closer to the new house once I'd recovered enough to be taken there.
転院先にまで来ないでくださいよ。本当に具合が悪くなりますからね。
いや、すっかり嫌われちゃいました。仕事柄とはいえ心苦しいですよ。なので今日はこれまでの罪滅ぼしに素敵なお土産をいろいろお持ちしましたので。
別にクッキーの詰め合わせなんか持ってこなくても。
それがね、実は中身はクッキーじゃないんですよ。ほら。
Oisan pulls open the can of cookies and... Huh? I'm stretching my scar.
前原さんの好みがわからなかったので、いろいろと持ってきましたよ。ほら、よりどりみどり、野原は黄緑ってなもんです。さあさ、好きなだけ持っていっちゃってください。
Oh my god.
こんな本なんか持ってこないでください。持って帰って持って帰って。いってててててて。
健全な若者がこんなところにずーっと閉じ込められてたらさぞやご入り用だと思ったんですけどね。こんなところにいると看護師フェチにしかなりませんよ。
Oh no.
世の中には看護師さん以外にも素晴らしいものがいっぱいあるんですからね。今から専門を決めないで幅広くオールラウンドに行かなくっちゃ。
My god. I gave Oisan's vulgar laughter a pained grin. Somehow or other, I understood. The fact that Oisan was bringing it up like this meant that he must have had something important to talk about.
シオンさんの件は本当にお気の毒でした。
The night I was stabbed by Mion, Shion fell from her balcony and died. They said the police were investigating all possibilities, accidents, suicide, and homicide, but it could have only been Mion's doing. Mion found out where Shion was hiding and pushed her down to her death. Nothing else was conceivable.
事故のわけない。ミオンです。絶対に。
鑑識の連中は自殺だとしか思えないなんて言ってるんですが、シオンさんを突き落とし、さらにあなたを刺した。一晩のうちにね。
ミオンはまだ見つからないんですか？
そうそう。それを今日はお伝えしたくて来たんですよ。はい。実は、見つかったんです。
Learning that felt rather strange to me. I was partly relieved that the incident was truly over, and I was partly sorry that my best friend had finally been caught. I felt many other things too. My heart was a maze of emotions.
それだけじゃない。園崎家の例の地下。隠し井戸も見つかったんですよ。前原さんがおっしゃられてた通り、失踪者全員の遺体をその底で発見しました。
そうですか。
That sliver of hope, that possibility I believed in, that Rika and Satoko were alive, just from the fact that remains had been found, gone.
あの地下に実に巧妙に隠されてましてね。いやいや、まさに死角中の死角でした。井戸状に掘られた垂直トンネルでして、はしごが設けてあって、下へずーっと行ったところに、今度は横へ抜けるトンネルが作られていました。そこを数百メートルも張って進むと、なんと山中の古井戸に抜けられましたね。
過去の園崎家の当主が作らせた秘密の逃げ道だったんでしょうね。
でしょうな。明治以降に作ったものでしょうが、いやいや、よくもあんなものを作ったもんです。
みんなの遺体はその底に？
はい。逃げ道の通路よりもさらに下にコールタール状の泥水が溜まってまして、そこに無造作に投げ込まれていました。相当の高さから落としたわけですから、遺体はどっぷりと埋まってしまってましてね。遺体の引き上げにはだいぶ苦労させられました。
全員見つかりましたか？
I hoped that they at least wouldn't find Rika or Satoko. That's what I wished for when I asked, but my shallow hope was crushed in the blink of an eye.
はい、全員。それどころか死後10年以上経過したと思われる人骨も見つかりました。最低でも3人分はあると思われます。ひなみ沢の歴史の暗部というわけでしょうな。泥を全部吸い出したら一体何人分の骨が出てくるやら。怖い話です。
That weight had been pushing down on Mion's shoulders the whole time. Mion.
今、鹿骨市内の過去数十年の失踪者を洗い直しているところです。諦められてた失踪事件も、これを機に全部解決するんじゃないか、なんて言われてますよ。
After a deep silence, he breathed a heavy sigh. Oisan went for a cigarette to pass the time, but realized this was a non-smoking area, so he gave up and put them back in the shirt pocket.
そうそう。これは寄り道なんですが、古出里香さん、ご存知ですよね。
もちろん、仲間ですから。
彼女、例えば糖尿病でインスリンの注射を常用していたとか、そんな話はありました？
Huh? Rika has diabetes? I didn't know what he was talking about.
実は彼女のスカートのポッケからですね、注射器が見つかりまして、破損していたので薬物は特定できなかったのですが、少々不似合いだったので興味を持ちまして。本当にご存知ありません
But Oisan, unfortunately, that's not insulin. I didn't know anything about Rika carrying syringes around with her.
園崎家は本業の方、薬剤屋さんのことです。で、覚醒剤を扱ってるとの噂がありましてね。その可能性もあるかなんて思ってたのですが。
リカちゃんが覚醒剤の常用者だっていうのか？
She was shooting up heroin this entire time. That's what turns them into like ogres.
いえいえ、そうは申してませんよ。
There's heroin in the water in the wells of Hinamizo.
ただ、お醤油をもらいに行くついでに注射器を持っていくってのは、どう考えても変ですからね。
Yeah. I have no idea what any of this means. Well, obviously, Rika needed to get soy sauce. But just in case Mion tried anything, she brought the psychostimulant that would cause her to go insane with her to protect herself. That way, if Mion tried anything, she could stab her with it and then cause her to go insane and claw out her throat or have Rika kill her in some way, shape, or form. Obviously, that didn't work. So Mion killed her instead, and then called over, well, she did the rest. She did everything else that we've kind of like learned about. My eyes are spinning. I feel sick. And just Satoko got fucking like obliterated.
看護師さんを呼びましょうか。
大丈夫ですから。
Well, Rika's obviously part of one of the big, she's part of the, she's one of the head, she's a member of one of the head families. So it's not too outrageous to, like, assume she would have one.
話の続きを。
Or have some, I should say.
まあ、注射器の話はそれだけです。それだけが個人的に気になったもので。
リ
カさん、村のマスコットみたいなところがありましたからね。今、村は騒然としてるみたいですよ。盲信してた年寄り方と、殺してしまった園崎家とで。実効支配していた御三家も、ほぼ全滅状態。こんなタイミングでまたダムの話が出てきたりしたら、今度こそ間違いなく敗損でしょうな。
もう俺、ひなみ沢とは関係ありませんから。
I actually was. I just said it because the thought about Hinamizawa being abandoned was unpleasant, and I wanted to end the conversation quickly. There was a knock at the door. I opened it slightly, and my mom asked if we were still talking.
ありゃ、無駄話が過ぎましたか。参ったな。
I looked at the clock. 5 minutes were long past. He told my mother that there was something he really wanted to ask and if she could wait a little bit longer.
そう手短にね。
There wasn't any getting around the fact that she was thinking about what a police officer could be talking to her son about.
日を改めた方が良さそうですね。
大石さん、ミオンは今、どうしてるんです？
I wanted to just hear that answer and then get rid of him.
それを話す前に、前原さんに一個だけ、本当に正直に答えてもらいたいことがあります。
何ですか？
本当に真面目に答えてくださいよ。
I don't think we've seen a smug like Oishi-san like this, have we? I think we might have. Now, take your guesses at what he's gonna ask us. I think he might ask us if we were involved in any of the murders, probably. Because we were so close to Mion. But let's see.
これ、いい加減なこと言っちゃうと、場合によっては、捜査か乱と見られて、告発される場合もありますからね。
Keiichi, you should get a fucking lawyer before answering this question. Oishi-san kept threatening me until the end. What the hell did he want?
前原さん、シオンさんを突き落とした犯人は誰だと思います？
ミオンしか考えられないじゃないですか。
では、あなたを指したの誰です？
何度も言わせないでください。ミオンですよ。園崎ミオン。
Oishi-san smiled bitterly, then dabbed at his forehead with a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. He should have expected that answer, and yet it looked as though he thought he was, yet it looked as though he wasn't satisfied with it.
シオンを突き落として、俺を刺して、ミオンの犯行だって、さっき大石さんも認めたじゃないですか。
シオン殺しの犯人がミオンだという根拠は、隣人の男の証言によるものなんです。この隣人ってのは、実は暴力団組員、つまりシオンさんのボディーガードだったんですよ。このうちのリーダー格が古参で、園崎姉妹が幼いうちから親身になってた男なんだそうで。
Oh, the car driver, whose name I forget. That man said this. The noise he heard from next door was just like the sound of a fight between the sisters that he's used to hearing when they still lived together. Yeah, Kasai. And no, there was no doubt about it. He said he heard Mion and Shion insulting each other and heard them struggling. At first, though, he thought it was a hallucination she was having, brought on by her dementia. You see, he thought that because that sort of ruckus had been occurring every night. However, that night had been longer than the rest, and he claimed that he went to her room to give her a sedative. The noise died down while he got the manager to give him the key. He'd already decided he'd at least check up on her, and after she wasn't answering his calls, they took the plunge and unlocked the door. Then they saw the room was a mess. Since Shion had been pushed over the balcony, they decided it had to have been Mion, and that's how it happened.
つまり壁越しに聞いたというだけなんです。しかもこのマンション、組の関係で住人がほとんどいないんです。ですからこの騒ぎを聞いてたのも彼らだけ。重ねて言えば園崎ミオンを目撃した者は誰一人いないんです。
That was Shion.
見なくったって、そんなのミオンの犯行だってわかるじゃないですか。
まあまあ。だからつまりですね、あなただけがあの晩確かに園崎ミオンを目撃した唯一の人間ってことになるんです。もう一人の目撃者のシオンさんは生きておられませんからね。
大石さんが何を言いたいのかよくわからないんですけど。
At that point, Oisan paused. The fact that this was a non-smoking area completely slipped his mind, and he took out his pack of cigarettes again. He lit one with his lighter, and exhaled a long stream of tobacco smoke.
あなた、本当に園崎ミオンに刺されたんですか？
はい、間違いなく。
The smoke Oisan breathed out floated away, like a thundercloud swept away by the wind.
大石さん、ここ禁煙です。看護師さんに怒られますよ。
実は園崎ミオンも井戸の底から見つかったんですよ。転落死です。あの井戸の隠し通路から逃げ出そうとしてはしごを降りる途中に足を踏み外し、そこまで転落し、首の骨を折って死亡したとみられます。はい。シオンさんと同じにね。首の骨を折って。あの日、前原さんを気絶させた後、園崎ミオンは隠し井戸から外へ逃れようとして、足を踏み外して死んだのです。まるで、そこに突き落とした他の犠牲者の死体に呼び寄せられるようにね。
I won't break the immersion too much, but I was coming to this conclusion and I was going to talk about it afterwards, but it looks like they're explaining it now.
それじゃあ、おかしいじゃないですか。
検視の結果、間違いなくあの日に死亡したものと確認されました。あなたとシオンさんを襲ってからあそこに戻ったんじゃない。あの日にすでに死んでいたんです。
My jaw was on the floor. There was absolutely no way that could be. Mion was the only one that stabbed me. It had to have been her. There wouldn't have been anyone else to do it.
じゃあ、誰が俺とシオンを襲ったんですか？誰が？
あなたを襲った園崎ミオンなのに園崎ミオンじゃない何者かですよ。
My mind had become a complete mess, and I was starting to lose my ability to think straight.
高野美代さんの死覚えてますか？
高野さん？はい。確か、遠くの山の中で、焼け死んだって聞いたような。
あれは考察された後に焼かれたことが分かっています。検視したのは岐阜県警さんなんですけどね。これがちょっとおかしいんですよ。初期の検視結果では死後24時間経過って出ちゃったんです。 辻褄が合わないってことで大慌てで当日死亡って改ざんしたらしいんですが。
Despite me being an absolute wreck over what was going on with Mion, he was telling me there was even more on top of that. I didn't understand the complex things Oi-san was telling me.
この死後24時間って検視結果、うちの鑑識のじじいが言うにはですね、かなり信頼できるものらしいんです。つまりどういうことか。これは何度も聞いた質問になりますが、あなた綿流しの晩、高野美代さんに会ってますよね。
合ってます。
その前日、お祭りの準備の日にも会ってますよね。私もその時お会いしてますし。
ええ、合ってますよ。
死後24時間ってことは、お祭りの前日の晩にはもう死んでるってことになるんですよ。
そんなはず。
お祭りの準備の時には生きていた。でもあなたたちと一緒に西宮殿に忍び込んだ時、高野さんはもうお亡くなりになっていたのです。
The origin of all that happened, the beginning of everything, our intrusion in the ritual storehouse, which I had come to regret countless times, the one who tempted me, Takano-san, when she invited us into the storehouse, she was already no longer of this world.
今回の事件、死人が歩き回りすぎなんですよ。
An incident caused by a dead person and ended by a dead person.
園崎美音の死亡時間を事件当日ではなく、あなたを刺した直後に改ざんせよとの圧力も来てるみたいです。この事件をとっとと終わらせようとする外圧でしょうね。ですので、今の話はどうか他言無用に願いますよ。
Oi-san grabbed his jacket that was hanging on a chair, put out his cigarette with the bottom of his foot, and started pretending to wave away the smoke floating around.
長居しました。あなたにとっての事件をせめて終わらせてあげようと思って来たつもりだったんですがね。かえって煙に巻いちゃったようで。
Absent-mindedly, he walked towards the door, looking at me, unable to speak, out of the corner of his eye.
もしも今後お話したいことができたらいつでもお電話ください。さっきのお土産の中に私の名刺が入ってますんで、その時はまた素敵なお土産を持ってお見舞いに来ますよ。
Oi-san seemed to think I was still hiding something. That I, after all this, would be hiding something? I'm the one things are being hidden from. I'm the one who wants to know.
では、またいつかお会いしましょう。お大事に。
I listened to the tap, tap, tap of Oi-san walking down the hallway. I still couldn't return from my state of bewilderment. He wanted to end this incident as it applied to me. What was over? Nothing was over. The incident was still continuing. Then, slip. An arm covered in fresh blood came out from underneath the bed. I wasn't that surprised. This was an illusion I was seeing, seized with fear.
ケイちゃん。だから言ったでしょ
I heard a guttural voice coming from under the bed. I still recognized it as Mion's voice.
なんだ、ミオン。何を言ったって？
私、あの日に警告したよ。
今日以降、私の姿を見たとしても、それは私の屍に取り付いた。
そうだな。言ってたよな。ごめん。ちょっと注意が足らなかったな。だから刺されちゃったんだな。
Possibly wounds sustained when she fell from the ladder. Many of her fingernails were broken and torn. Her arms slowly felt about on top of the bed, searching for mine.
あのさ、ミオ。俺今、こんな冗談を考えたんだ。聞いてくれるか？
The Mion under the bed didn't answer.
例えばさ、俺が今日、ここで死んじゃうんだよ。だけども、明日以降もここにいて、普通に生活してみせるんだよ。で、後で、それが大石のやつに分かって、またしても死亡日時が合わない。死んだはずの人間が生活していたって言って、泡を食って大騒ぎするんだよ。高野さんにミオ、そして俺で3人目。な？面白いだろ？笑えるだろ？
ケイちゃん。
笑えよ。それとも、あんまり面白くなかったか？
Mion's blood-stained hand groped around and found my wrist. Though her fingernails were torn, she gripped it hard as if scratching me.
加減しろよ。痛いって。
ケイちゃん。迎えに来たよ。
I tried to shake my wrist loose, but the strength she held it with was unbelievable and I couldn't. She was only gripping one wrist, and yet my whole body couldn't move. I couldn't even twitch. My fingers were spread apart and I couldn't make a fist either. And that fact that I couldn't make a fist reminded me of a restraining table. I felt a crooked nail press against my left pinky fingertip. Mion's forehead was split open, and with a face covered in blood, she smiled and got right up just behind me.
Nani mo owatte nai. 何も終わってない。この事件は何も終わってなんかない。まだ続いてる。まだまだ続いてる。誰か、この事件を終わらせてください。この残酷で無残で気の毒で悲しい。この事件を終わらせてください。それだけが、俺の望みです。
あの時、一つ叶えてあげたでしょ？今度はダメ。
Mion firmly held the nail down on my fingertip. And with her other hand, she slowly swung a mallet up into the air and... I don't remember if there's gonna be like an ending cutscene, so just be ready. Okay, never mind. A new scenario has been unlocked. All cast review session has become available. To play it, select Extra on the title menu. Right. Oh man. Well, let's click here real quick. And then we'll talk a little bit about it. We're still going to listen to this, and we're going to try to get through it a little bit quickly, because I do kind of want to wrap things up. We've been going for about 4 hours, which is what I assumed the stream with the cast review would entail, or would take up. But unfortunately, it's going on for a little bit longer. than I had hoped for. I would have wanted to end I should have maybe started it an hour earlier so we could be doing or wrapping up the cast review now. But so far, this really did leave me with a bunch of like questions, and I had some ideas as to like what could have been going on. So the thing is, and of course, if you're listening to this, whether here live or on YouTube later on, if you've already played this game or if you've already gone through this series, you already know what's going on. I don't. So that's the exciting part. I'm still not 100% sure if this game is all about whether or not a spiritual influence of some kind exists. By that I mean, not necessarily Oyashiro-sama's curse, right? But I did kind of hint at like the thought of the blood of an ogre flowing through the people in Hinamizawa, and maybe that kind of affects them, right? Maybe that could have happened. Maybe what could have happened at the end, before like the, you know, with the before we died or before we got stabbed. I mean, it could have been that Shion was the one who came and killed us, right? That could have been the case as well, where it's not out of the ordinary that Keiichi, in his excitement, thought that he was seeing Shion or Mion instead of Shion, and confused them, and she stabbed him, and then went back home and killed herself. Because we have to remember that Shion or Mion specifically said, "The next time you see me, it will not be me." So it could be a supernatural thing, right? Where Shion's body was taken over after Mion died. Who knows? People know, right? But I don't know yet. So that's a possibility. The whole idea being like brought out of how we were being guided into the storehouse by someone that was already dead is interesting. It could be that maybe they were drugged before the actual event, and maybe that kind of like resulted in them kind of continuing as they were, and then that drug wouldn't take effect until much later, which then results, of course, in her like being killed. Like she was strangled, probably, then I don't know, revived maybe with some psychoactive drug, and then burned just to be sure that her body would be, that she wouldn't come back or something along those lines. It's interesting. The game makes you ask a lot of questions, that's for sure. But anyway, I'm still kind of the, depending on how chapter 3 starts, which I assume it's going to start the same way, where it's just Keiichi waking up to meet up with Rena to go to school. Assuming that happens, then my theory of him being a time traveler is still a thing. Is still up there. The idea of the supernatural being involved, it's now no longer, it's a curse in the sense that like an actual malevolent spirit resides over like Hinamizawa and then like, you know, takes over people. It's more like maybe this is a bloodline type of curse of the like. It could be one of those. I'm not sure. I'll have to kind of like look over the chapter a little bit more once again. Maybe reread the tips. Do remember, I play these games, or I play these chapters once a week. So as of the time of like this being streamed, I've been streaming this for about 6 weeks. Just about. So it's my memory's a little sporadic, especially with like very fine details from fucking, you know, a month and a half ago. So do forgive me. But if you're watching all of these on YouTube back to back, well then it makes sense, or it would make sense. But either way, let's move on to the all cast review session where they give their opinions, and then I'm about to be given a bunch of red herrings.
日暮らしの泣く頃に水綿流しを最後までお楽しみいただき誠にありがとうございました。今度のシナリオはいかがだったでしょうか。ちょっぴりでもお楽しみいただければ幸いです。ちょっぴりも何も。
I think I might have this on autoplay actually, because there's not much where I won't need to read, or what I will need to read. Most of this will be just them talking, so I'm just gonna have it on auto.
また大大バッドエンドですわ。プンプンでございますことよ。プンプンなのです。
いやー、みんなお疲れ。まあ何終わり方こそあれだったけど、今回のシナリオは事実上ミオン編みたいなもんだったんじゃない？私大活躍で大満足。にゃはははは。
あんなの大活躍とは言いませんですわ。私もリカも殺されちゃったですのよ。しかもサトコはただのとばっちりなのですよ。わあ、あんな死に方嫌なのですな。ほら泣かないで。みーちゃんメインのお話だったようにさとこちゃんメインのお話もあるんだから、今から楽しみだね。
きっとさとこがひどい目にあってじわりじわりといたぶり回される話に違いないね。
そうなの嫌。みーちゃん、悪ふざけが過ぎるとレナもちょっとだけ怒るよ。みーがぺったんこなのです。なでなでしたくても頭がわからないのです。あ、膨らんできましたわ。無節操な体ですのね。
My fucking god.
やあみんな、お疲れさ。
また遅れて申し訳ありませんね。ふんふんふん。
富武さんに大石さん、どうもお疲れ様でした。あれ、高野さんとしーちゃんはまだですか？
もちろん来てますよ。今日はお招きいただきありがとうございますね。ここ座ってもいい？
ええ、どうぞですわよ。
これだけ一堂に集まると圧巻ね。どうかお手柔らかに。
じゃあ始めても大丈夫かな。これで全員かな。
Before I do
圭
forget,
一を除けば全員なのです。
hold on, because it's still ongoing
と
by
いうこと
itself.
は前原さんは相変わらず収録が終わってなくて早々に次回シナリオの台本読みなんですか？
Okay, it's not on auto anymore. Before I forget, there was also the the possibility, for whatever reason, of maybe, just maybe, there being a third sister. Which I don't believe is true. I don't believe that one to be true. But we could have had Mion, Shion, and I don't fucking know, dude, Kion, or something. A secret, like, bastard sister. A triplet that was born, I don't know. Who knows? But anyway, let's let this continue.
気の毒な話ね。私たちだけで盛り上がっちゃ悪い気がするわ。
高野さん、そんなの気にしなくていいんですよ。こういう時は思いっきり盛り上がった方がかえって気を使わせないもんなんです。
それもそうですわね。せっかくこれだけ集まったのにお通夜じゃつまらないですわ。
じゃあ圭一君には悪いけど僕たちでやらせてもらおうか。
そうなれば決まりだね。じゃあみんなコップコップ。炭酸が嫌いな人いる？
大人の皆さんにはアルコールもありますよ。うんふんふんふん。
リカちゃんは何を飲む？ブドウジュース？オレンジジュース？
みー。富竹のと同じ泡麦茶がいいのです。こーら！リカちゃんもお酒はダメ！みんな、コップ持ちましたですの？早く乾杯しないとジュースがぬるくなってしまいますわ。
おねえ、温度は誰が取るの？レナでいいでしょ。じゃあレナよろしく。
では、ご本みんな、綿流し終了。お疲れ様でした。
お疲れ様でした。
じゃあみんな揃ったんだしね。また今回のシナリオを議論してみないかい？
そうですね。じゃあ自由意見でいきましょうか。誰か意見のある人はいますか？意見も何も、今回のシナリオで謎は全て解けたのではありませんこと。犯人はミオンさん。諸悪の根源は全部園崎家。それで決着でございませんの？そうだね。みーちゃんは犯人じゃないって信じてたんだけどな。
大穴ですよ。こんなのは前回の鬼隠しから十分予想できたことじゃないですか。むしろ予想通りすぎて呆れちゃうくらいですよ。
そうですね。前回のシナリオをプレイされた方の予想の大多数と合致するんじゃないでしょうかね。
みんなの期待通りの展開になったみたいなのです。じゃあこれで日暮の泣く頃に水のメインシナリオはほとんど終わりなのかな。全ての元凶はみーちゃんの園崎家で決まり？
そうかしら。私はむしろこれで園崎家犯人説はなくなったと思ってるくらいだけれど。
あ、高野さんと意見が合いましたね。私も同じ意見。私はタタリなんか信じないけど、でも少なくとも園崎家が真犯人である確率は薄くなったと思ってるね。
どうしてなの？だってみーちゃんがみんなを殺したって自供したじゃない。そうですわ。私とリカを殺しておいて今さら犯人じゃないなんてどういう意味なんですの？
別に煙に巻くつもりはないよ。たださ、私ミオンが全ての犯人だとするにはいろいろと無理が多いんだよ。ちょっと考えればすぐわかるよ。
僕は園崎家犯人説の近からず遠からずに真相があると確信してるんだけど、ぜひミオンちゃんの説が聞きたいね。
ではご拝聴。ラストで私がさ、過去の事件に自分は全て関与しているって白状するでしょ。あそこで感じた大きな違和感が根拠かな。だって考えてみなよ。過去の事件が園崎家の起こしたものならすごいことだよ。だってどれもほぼ完全犯罪でしょ。園崎家以外の犯人や事故で決着するという究極の犯罪だもの。そりゃそうでしょう。だって大きな力を持つ園崎家が暗躍してるんだもの。完全犯罪なんてお茶の子さいさいでしょ。そこが違和感なんだよ。過去4年間 園崎本家の気配を全く感じさせずに、あれだけ上手に人を殺したり消したりしてきたんだよ。そこへ行くと5年目の事件はすごくチープなんだよ。手当たり次第に片っ端から消して殺して、しかも園崎家とのつながりは簡単にカンパできちゃうしさ。
そう言われてみればそうだね。過去の事件はたたりとも犯罪ともつかない不思議な連続事件だったけど、今回の5年目の事件だけはすごく乱暴だったもんね。何を言ってるのかよくわかりませんわ。リカにはわかります？つまり園崎家が本当に犯人なら5年目の事件ももっともっと上手にやったと言っているのですよ。じゃあつまり何ですの？私とリカを殺したのはミオンさんではなく、ミオンさんに取り付いた鬼の仕業だったってことですの？ほらほら、やっぱり前回の私の予想通り、ミオンさんは悪い人じゃなかったのですわ。そうそう、レナもサトコちゃんも何かが取り付いて悪いことをしてるって意見だったもんね。じゃあやっぱり私たちの説は正しかったのかな？
私も前回から引き続きたたり説ですが、今回のシナリオでさらに確信を深めましたよ。ラストのラストで私が明かす、目撃されていたにもかかわらずその数日前に死んでいたという高野さんやミオンさんの情報はまさにそれを裏付けると思います。
あらあら、前回は弱かったたたり派が今回は随分強気ね。人間犯人説の皆さんには反論はないのかしら？
前回人間犯人説だったのは確かみーちゃんにリカちゃん、それから富武さんでしたよね。では張り切って反論をお願いします。
参ったな。うまい言葉が思いつかないな。
たたり派の根拠の一つが合わない死亡時刻なんですよね。じゃあそのトリックを崩せれば人間犯人説は立証できるわけですね。お、シオンには何かいい反論があるの？まあ一応。でも私、人間犯人説ではお姉と同じ意見ですけど、園崎家が主犯だと思ってる点ではお姉とは違いますよ。それでもよければ反論してみせますけど。
なんでも結構ですわ。これがたたりじゃないというなら、その証拠を示してごらんなさいませ。
じゃあシオンちゃん、さっきから話題になってるラストのトリック。ミオンちゃんは事件当日に井戸に落ちて死んでいたにもかかわらず、数日後に現れて圭一君とあなたを殺したのはどうやってなのかしら？
ズバリ園崎姉妹共犯説です。理由は簡単だって、お姉はあの時点でもう死んでるんですから、ケイちゃんを刺せるのは私しかいないんです。私がお姉の変装してケイちゃんを刺す。そして実質へ戻り、幽霊との取っ組み合いの狂言をして飛び降り自殺。
強いて言えばこの場合のミオンちゃんは泥をかぶるよね。村長さんたちに直接手を下し、シオンちゃんはただの被害者の形にする。そして井戸の中に姿を隠していれば、変装したシオンちゃんが神出鬼没にいくらでも殺人を犯せるって寸法さ。
なるほどね。だとするとミオンさんにとっての誤算は2つ。死体が見つかってしまったことと、隠れているだけのつもりが死んでしまったことってことになるわけですね。
あれれれ、 確かになんとなく辻褄が合うような。
でもやっぱり納得できないでしょう。過去の完全犯罪の華麗さと違いすぎるもの。その計画たとえうまくいってもミオンは悪役でしょ。一生隠れて、あるいはシオンのふりをしたりして生きていかなきゃならないんでしょ。窮屈すぎ。こんなの完全犯罪とは言わないって。
つまり死ぬにせよ消えるにせよミーはいなくなってしまうわけなのです。
リカちゃま、それいい意見。つまり園崎ミオンが表舞台からいなくなるのは彼女らのシナリオの一部だと思うわけです。だからラストでミオンはポンポンと過去の事件の罪をかぶるんですよ。全部の事件の責任を一身に引き受けて退場。そうすることで過去の事件の真犯人を隠蔽できる。つまり今年の事件はチープなんかじゃなく、過去の事件を丸ごと完全犯罪にするための締めくくりの事件、そういう位置づけになるのかな。
一番疑われてる園崎家の若き当主が全てを自白して失踪。彼女もしくは園崎家以外の真犯人にとってこれほど美味しい結末はないってことになるのかしらね。
話が全然わかりませんのよ。ミオンさんが罪をかぶるってどういう意味ですの？犯人なんじゃないんですの？つまりね、連続開始事件の真犯人が別にいるの。その人を守るためにみーちゃんが過去の事件も全て自分が起こしたと嘘の告白をしたってみんなは言ってるの。
これは劇中のセリフになりますが、とんだ名探偵さんがいたもんです。確かにちょっと説得力を感じますよ。
真の犯人をごまかすために起こした事件、それが私の推理。さらに言えばその真の犯人は園崎家以外の存在だと思ってるんだけどね。
4年連続で完全犯罪に成功した謎の人物をさらに守るためにミオンちゃんが起こした捜査か乱の事件ということかしら。
そういうことです。鬼隠しのシナリオで名前だけ登場した監督ってのがかなり怪しいかな。
すごいです。実に辻褄が合いますのですよ。
私はそれでも園崎家プラス姉妹が犯人だと思ってますけどね。御三家による古いしがらみを断ち切るために姉妹が起こした過去の清算のための事件、それが私の推理です。
過去の清算ってのはつまり暗躍の歴史に終止符を打つため御三家の罪を最後の当主のミオンが全てかぶり姉妹揃って退場したってことだね。
そういうことです。私たち姉妹が悩みに悩み抜いた末に選んだ悲しい物語だったというわけです。できすぎですね。
すごいです。実に辻褄が合いますですよ。あれあれ、なんだかリカちゃんにも意見がありそうだね。リカちゃんもどうぞ。では皆さんに質問なのです。圭一はどうして刺されなければいけないのですか？リカ、そんなのは決まってますわよ。入っちゃいけない細具店に勝手に入ったから決まってますわ。
こうして思い返すと他のシナリオでも死んだ富武さんと高野さんの死もきっと細具殿に忍び込んだせいってことなんでしょうな。ありゃ
おかしなことになってきたわね。
おかしなことって何がですか？あ、レナさん、そうですわ。思い出してくださいませ。そうなのです。例えば鬼隠しのシナリオでは圭一は西宮殿には忍び込んでいないのに命を狙われているのです。
Exactly.
それはきっとほら、ひなみ沢はよそ者を嫌うんだろ。だから圭一君も命を狙われたんだよ。
それはおかしいでしょう。だったらケイちゃんの両親だって襲われていいはず。どう見ても両親に危機が迫っていたようには見えないね。
Well, they were out of town. They were in Tokyo at the time.
今回だけでなく他のシナリオでも。
And then they weren't home this time either.
さあさあ、人間犯人説の皆様方、圭一さんが狙われる理由がちゃんと説明できませんと人間が犯人とは立証できませんでしたよ。
でもたたり説だとしても、やはり前原さんが前回も今回も襲われる理由が分かりませんけどね。
もう一息で解明できそうだったけど、やっぱり謎はたくさん残ってるみたいだね。
Accidentally scrolled, my bad.
圭一君以外の人の死には何かしら理由が見つけられるんだけど、圭一君だけなぜかいつも曖昧。鬼隠しでもたらい回しでも、そして今回の綿流しでも西宮殿に踏み入るのとは無関係に狙われてる。
では今回だけではなく他のシナリオでも殺されるようなことをしちゃってるんじゃありませんこと？
なるほど。他のシナリオと今回の前原さんの行動に共通項が見つけられれば、それが全体の事件の謎を解く鍵になりそうですね。
ざっとシナリオを読み比べたけど、圭一君なりに日々を送ってると思うよ。西宮殿の一件さえ除けば圭一君の日々の暮らしに不審な点は見当たらないけどな。
圭一君、今回と他のシナリオの時に何をやったのかな。殺されるような悪いことは。
And of course, the answer to this, in case you forgot, is that Keiichi lied twice. He kept lying. That's the main thing. That's like the main reason, or what's stringing together like all these murders or all of his deaths to some extent, is Keiichi lying to some extent about what he's been doing or about what he was doing. At least that's the conclusion I came to.
迷った時には本人に聞いてみるのが一番なのですよ。
ほほう。俺が一人寂しく次回の台本読みをしている間に、みんなはそういう話題で盛り上がっていたわけか。ほう。
というわけなの。だからね、圭一君の自分の胸に聞いてみてほしいんだけど。
ケイちゃん、殺されるようなどんな悪いことをやったわけ？
私にいつも働いている狼藉のせいに違いないですわ。僕に時々危ない視線を向けて妄想に浸っている顔はまさに犯罪者そのものなのです。
We did not change the text right now.
年頃の女の子たちに囲まれて毎日幸せってのがそもそもの罪のような気がするな。
それは確かに重罪ですね。前原さん、実に羨ましい主人公役ですよ。たまには変わってください。
まあ確かにあれだけ役得がいろいろあれば最後にちょっと刺されるくらいお安いご用よね。
というわけで圭一さん、あなたの犯した罪を思い出しまして。
今回も他のシナリオでも清く正しく生きてる俺がいつもラストはひどい目に。その上さらに自分の胸に聞いてみろだと。痛いのは俺の方だぞ。これは何かの謀略だ。
かわいそかわいそです。今度
poor Keiji.
頭をなでなでしてあげますですよ。
今回のシナリオを読んだ上で改めて鬼隠しを読むべきかな。私はミオンの立場になって綿流しを読み返してみるよ。ケイちゃんの立場で読んだ時とは違う発見があるかもね。
私は鬼の仕業だとずーっと思ってますのよ。すべての現象とトリックはすべて鬼で説明がつきますのよ。なんだかプラズマみたいなのです。プレイしてくださった皆さんはどうお感じになりましたか？ぜひ先に進む前にいろいろと推理してみてくださいね。
まだまだ先は長いですけど頑張ってくださいね。
それでは引き続き日暮らしの泣く頃に推をお楽しみください。
Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine there was a ton of foreshadowing with this, as to like what might be happening, what could be happening. But we won't know, I guess, technically, until we're done with the series.